am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening. That's a tall order, isn't it? Yeah, maintaining the center of the political spectrum is perhaps the biggest problem for all of us. To keep an eye on where we can unite as opposed to divide. Good evening, everybody. I'm David Sponheim of America's Third Party, and we talk about truth on Tuesdays, so we'll be talking about everything as truthfully as we can. Of course, I strive for truth at all times. The truth shall set us free. But now we've got numerous people jockeying for position in the impeachment hearing, trying to determine who is telling the truth. And it's been kind of a rocky road. Yeah. But Adam Schiff has been pretty good keeping it together. I've been watching his behavior, and it does seem to be relatively spot on. And I really like the fact that he's delivering the message. Do I like Adam Schiff? Do I trust the Democrats? No, I don't. I think they're just as corrupt as the Republicans. I think that's one of the reasons why they're not ousting people within their own party or outing people within the other party. We found out that Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell are getting Russian money. Yet the Democrats don't even talk about that because Hillary was dining on the Russian money during her campaign as well. So all this is very, very disturbing, and the Democrats are kind of held back by the fact that they're dirty too. So we'll see how far they go. Here's Adam Schiff talking about kind of a quick synopsis of what's going on here.
So much for fighting corruption. The message to Ukraine, the real message to Ukraine, our U.S. policy message is, don't engage in political investigations. The message from the president, however, was the exact opposite. Do engage in political investigations and do it for my re-election.
There you go. That's a big divide. You know, we didn't hear anything from Donald Trump, according to various testimonies today. We didn't hear anything from Donald Trump that suggested that he was trying to stop corruption in Ukraine. He just wanted dirt on Joe. And more importantly, Giuliani led with a business deal to try to get money Kind of like Hunter Biden got money, and Paul Pelosi, the son of Nancy Pelosi, is getting money from another Ukrainian oil company. All of this is very suspicious. But Giuliani was just wanting more money, and Donald wanted dirt and probably more money. So it looks like Donald was running a side operation with our foreign aid to Ukraine, which jeopardizes our relationship with that country and puts them in a vulnerable situation with Russia. So ironically, Donald Trump was helping Russia in a couple different ways. He was obviously giving them an edge in the war against Ukraine. If Ukraine didn't have any money to defend themselves, they were vulnerable, and lots of people died during that time period, and that's Donald's fault for not getting them the money. So Pelosi, we just exposed Pelosi and her dark history in California, all the money she's made, her family's made. These corrupt Democrats have a lot of weight of corruption behind them too. That's why I agree both sides are exposing each other right now, which is the best we can hope for. There's a crisis out in the South China Sea, not only Hong Kong being political unrest, but China has sent an aircraft carrier with demand that U.S. stop flexing its muscles. If anything, China is flexing its muscles out there in the South China Sea by building a fake island. But now China has called on the U.S. to stop provoking tensions in the South China Sea amid soaring strains between the world superpowers as it's announced its aircraft carrier is on the way to the area. That's not a good sign.
And I have one more point, and that is allies in the region and around the world, also in Asia, who are now saying to themselves, you know, maybe we're not as confident in America as we used to be. Maybe we should arm ourselves with nuclear weapons. You could have
Beijing called on Washington to stop flexing its muscles in the disputed seas when they were at a meeting of defense officials from the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. Taiwan has said Beijing was intimidating the island by sailing an aircraft carrier in the South China Sea. Yeah, I agree. Well, they're doing everything. They push the button on the U.S. now that Trump is playing hardball with all kinds of trade negotiations that have gone bad. It's very doubtful we're going to see any positive trade negotiations with China the way that Trump has been handling the relationship. You know, the fact is, I'll tell you how deep this goes. Donald Trump cannot expose Adam Schiff's connection to George Soros. Even though there is a connection, George Soros is related to Adam Schiff, not by blood, but by marriage. And George Soros financed Adam Schiff's re-election. Why doesn't Donald Trump talk about that? Because Donald Trump gets help from George Soros as well. And that's why I'm trying to convince you Republicans there's a problem with your party. Trump isn't stopping the deep state. He is part of the deep state. They control both sides. No, Trump's not doing my hair anymore. No, this is called wearing a hat. That's what happens to my hair when I wear a hat. Well, we had a lot of wind today, so I was wearing a hat. I don't think anything's going to change with Michael Bloomberg. He doesn't inspire. He's kind of like an old rag. You know, you don't really want to use it because it smells. He doesn't inspire freshness. We need somebody fresh to lead our nation. Michael Bloomberg is an old rag. That's the best way I could describe him. And who wants another billionaire, really? We have Trump. Why don't we get real people to fix this country as opposed to these candy-coated ivory tower silver spooners? I guess Barack Obama was all of the above. And these people are just in it to make money. That's all they care about. They're just in the politics for money, I'm telling you. Well, Bangalitis, if Andrew Yang wins the nomination, my $11.11 per month program kicks into gear. So your best bet right now is to support Andrew Yang as we move forward to get even more money from me. And I don't want you to support Andrew Yang, but I'd like to see them too. And how come Donald Trump is holding back on his tax returns, and now the Supreme Court is allowing it? Again, he gets a pass. No one needs to see his tax returns. This guy is being reviewed for impeachment, and we still don't get to see his tax returns. Do you see how deep and corrupt the Republican Party is? Yeah, and believe me, North Korea would like to stand up to Trump, and did so with numerous missile firings. Trump wants to characterize his relationship with Kim Jong-un as buddy-buddy, but Kim Jong-un doesn't want that. Pyongyang's comments came after U.S. President called on leader Kim Jong-un to act quickly and hinted at another meeting. And North Korea, former Vice Foreign Minister Kim Kye-gwan says the U.S. is buying time while acting as if it has achieved progress. North Korea said it was not interested in talks with the U.S. just so President Donald Trump had something to brag about. Good. I'm fine with that, yeah. There's no reason for North Korea to fall into the hands and play into the Putin manipulation. Remember, Putin was the one that made all that happen. His assistant foreign minister to North Korea, Lavrov, made all those meetings go by really quickly. And we never got anything out of the deal. Nothing. I guess a couple bodies were sent back, and Otto Warmbier was returned dead, or nearly dead, and then died on the way over. But Donald still believed that Kim Jong-un knew nothing about Otto Warmbier's death. Can you play Miley now that we're in topic? No, I can't play any Miley Cyrus during the show because she's heavily monetized. But I can play you chemicals that are dumped on your head. A guy in California, Joko Flyer, has been experiencing a tremendous amount of problems.
You gotta ask yourself, with lines like that, how come they only show up on certain days? What, the other 10,000 flights every day? Crystal clear, blue sky days, they decided to take a day off. It doesn't work that way. That's why. And these, by the way, show up at 95-degree days and 30-degree days. But they decided to start chemtrailing us. If you look very carefully, right there you'll see a plane coming straight up, spraying as well. See how it drops down? Yeah, chemtrails.
There you go. And this has been going on all across the country, in California especially right now. I got multiple videos of chemtrails. Yeah, that's not the only one. Hey, here's an interesting little tidbit about the truth about these events that are happening. You know the Saugus shooting that occurred recently in Santa Clarita, California? Yeah, check this out.
Coming to Highland Elementary School, please use full call signs. We'll need full call signs due to the active shooter drill. Coming to Highland Elementary School, please use full call signs. We'll need full call signs due to the active shooter drill. Coming to Highland Elementary School, please use full call signs. We'll need full call signs due to the active shooter drill.
Okay, so what's the chance of an active shooter drill happening the same day there was a shooting? I'm going to say 0 chance. No, it's not another rerun. I wanted you to see that because it was important for you to look at it. Some of you didn't see it last night. Some of you were too busy masturbating to take the show serious. And I think I know who. Yeah, I think we know what's going on in your life. You're only good for 1 or 2 a day, so I mean, you better space yourself out. What are the chances that the Indian hotline operator is screwed up? None. 0. 0 chances. What is hard for me to understand is why so many of you are resistant to the idea that the government is lying and cheating and stealing every day and getting away with it. What's so hard for you to understand about that? Your party, La République en Marche party, we are centrist. Excellent. So you're in France as a centrist. Emmanuel Macron, hello. Well, thank you. I appreciate your arrival on our show, and we certainly take you seriously. And I certainly hope France has a good working relationship with our country as we move forward. I want to beef up our trade relations as well. I know, I can tell you, and it was nothing to do with your working as a Rothschild banker. You simply were a grassroots political organizer. I believe you. Not. I know. Well, you've got a lot of competition from the nationalists in your country. Will you embrace capitalism and go full force on Black Friday? I am going to be at the Black Friday sale all around the town. Home Depot, Walmart. They've got some really good deals. I wouldn't hold back on a Black Friday sale. I look like Big Hoss from Dukes of Hazzard, yeah. Big Hoss. Those are the days, you know. I think more like cat on a hot tin roof. I look like Big Daddy. He looked like this too. Well, don't go on Black Friday. Why not? Why not go on Black Friday? Is there a better deal? Yes, I decided that we're focusing on positivity in the show as opposed to negativity. So if you were missing anybody in the show, it's because we got rid of a couple people that were negative yesterday. No, I know. People go crazy on Black Friday for a lot of reasons. And I know. Well, the spoon-fed code was a joke. I mean, it wasn't like he was coming up with original code to give to Sarah. Yeah, so that was the big problem. It was like, dude, you never wrote any code in your life. He tried to write some code that Ghost wrote, and he couldn't even compete. He couldn't get it to work. But Big Friday, Black Friday has always been a, major thing. This is what happens on Black Friday.
You may have seen some of these already. Videos of mad, crazed shoppers trampling each other.
Well, that's enough for me. Yeah. I don't want that. I don't want that to happen to me. Every time I go into Black Friday, I've always been calm. It must be the fluorescent lights they use at the Walmart that make you so calm. I have to wear sunglasses when I go to Walmart just to deal with those fluorescent lights. This is my Walmart attire. I'm ready for action at Black Friday. And I've even got my headgear. Yeah. So this is me at Black Friday coming up. Hey, how you doing? I got my leather jacket too. I picked that up. Yeah, I'm all set to buy that 62-inch TV. And nobody's going to mess with me. I want the ultimate ULED for $322. Yeah. It's a nice helmet. I got it for $15. I didn't want to, but I had to pay for it. I need to be ready for anything that comes my way. I don't need to wear my bulletproof vest. I had it melted to my body. Yes, my entire exoskeleton is bulletproof. It's been an upgrade. David, did you buy a bike? No, I'm not into motorcycles. I don't want to die of a terrible motorcycle accident. Do you have any idea how dangerous those things are? Reception on Channel 37 is doing very well. Thank you, Captain Craptastic. You have me on Channel 37 UHF Plus. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Captain Craptastic. Appreciate you guys rebooting my show, rebroadcasting it. Yell out to, we're not here to talk about that today, Metanemesis. This is a riot in the supermarket anyway, so why in hell even pay? I bought a $100 sheet set last year for $25. 1,100 thread count. I told Sarah, we're going and see if that deal's repeated. We're going to get 2 sets. I want more of those 1,100 thread counts for $25. Top and bottom. I've never been accosted at a Walmart except by the lights. I haven't decided what I'm going to buy her for Christmas. I'm still looking at maybe a computer she can install Linux on. That would be kind of cool. No, there is no video of that nature, Howie. You made that up. Well, hey, guys over at Cool Rock Party, we do a show every night. It is a long show. It runs all the way into the evening if you want to hang out. It is videos currently that are being pushed on us. Great link providers give us good info, and then we play them for everybody all the way to 1 o'clock in the morning Pacific. So this live show starts, though, at the recorded broadcast starts at 6, but I start at 5 to 10 p.m., 5-hour live show, and then 3 hours of video. Popeye, the chicken sandwich. You got Popeye's chicken violence going on?
And common sense. Don't
This is the rise and fall of common sense at the Popeyes. Let's take a look.
believe me? Just watch these clips.
Was stabbed to death outside of a Popeyes in Maryland Monday night, and police believe it was over a chicken sandwich.
Okay, I'm just not going to go there, but I'll play this later tonight. This looks like a really interesting compilation of chaotic violence. Yeah, I don't want to play it, but I will. Play it again, Sam. Here's looking at you, sweetheart. Prince Andrew, embattled royal, now accused of using the N-word? Really? This is shocking. Prince Andrew, we've been giving him a lot of grief. Just simply by, asking him to actually face the accuser and admit that he did something wrong with the woman in the picture. But he refuses. Yes, he refuses to say he did anything wrong.
It was a convenient place to stay.
But that definitely wasn't you getting a foot massage from a Russian girl in Jeffrey Epstein's house.
No.
Trouble at the palace, and no, we're not talking about the...
Trouble at the Palace. So we've got a monarchy thing going on here at YouTube. I'll play that tonight too.
We're not talking about the latest season of The Crown, Brad.
I don't want you to in any way say that in our show. You're showing disrespect for people of different minorities when you do that. And it's, and I would, if you were a black person saying, Dave, you are a honky, I would say don't do that in the show. I would. Don't be calling people names. I know you want to fixate on Andrew. We've got enough to talk about Andrew for a long time, but I'd rather talk about the impeachment, in which many people have come forth and said Donald Trump was doing a quid pro quo, even though he said no quid pro quo, but I want the dirt on Joe or I won't release the 400 million, but no quid pro quo. Here's Yovanovitch. She testified yesterday, but today was a big day on Volker testified. He actually pretty much agreed with the Republicans. Volker pretty much went against the Republicans. Okay. Trump mocks the witness during his testimony, which is a sign of a guilty person, to mock somebody who's testifying. Alexander Vindman's impeccable career. We had a lot of testimony from him. I'm not sure where the Volker story came from, but I'll find it later. Oh, here it is. Kurt Volker, impeachment witness requested by Republicans, debunks many of their arguments. He said that he didn't believe Joe Biden was corrupt and that he regrets the push for investigations. So the Republicans can't get one witness to stand by their testimony. And this just came in earlier from globalnews.ca. I don't know if it's true, but according to this article, thousands of Disney Plus accounts have been hacked, sold online. Disney denies it. They said there's nothing wrong. This is not funny. Yeah. According to ZDNet, many of the accounts listed in the type of subscription the user had, their account location, and when it expired. So all these people signing up to this, and nobody can get anything from Disney on this issue. But apparently there have been hackers selling these accounts for as low as $4, up to $14.50 Canadian, US 11. So they're buying them and selling them to their friends. Usernames and passwords. Okay. And today we have a really interesting person asked AI, what are chemtrails? And AI answered what chemtrails are, and here is the response.
Alexa, what is a chemtrail?
Chemtrail.
trails left by aircraft are actually chemical or biological agents deliberately sprayed at high altitudes for a purpose undisclosed to the general public in clandestine programs directed by government officials.
I'm going to need more coffee.
So, and Alexa not only says that, but Echo, everybody it says it. Siri says the same thing. They all say the same thing. This is a clandestine operation of spraying on our heads. Yeah, nice to know, huh? At least we know. Alexa knows, yeah. NASA. I actually ran the whole story through my online system at Cool Rock, and we had the ability to look up AI and ask them the same questions. They came up with the same answer. So yeah, AI will answer the question. It's true. Voters are saying resoundingly that they want a third party. But as you know, we're censored pretty heavily in America, and nobody seems to know we exist. Voters say they want a third party, they should vote accordingly, but nobody knows where the third party is, because we're being shut on the internet on a big level. According to Rasmussen October poll, 38% of likely voters say they're to vote someone other than Trump or the Democratic presidential nominee. So we've got enough. 38% in a three-way race would do it. Well, this is not a wig, and this is my tie, though. It's kind of nice. This is my real hair. This is what happens when you wear a hat all day. Impeachment investigators exploring whether Trump lied to Mueller. That's a given. Trump's lying to everybody. And the Republicans are so out of it they can't even detect the lies. They believe everything the guy says. It's crazy. Let's take a look at this article. It's impeachment time. Investigators exploring whether Trump lied to Mueller. Yeah. House Democrats are exploring whether Trump lied in his written answers to Robert Mueller. A lawyer for the House told a federal appeals court on Monday, raising the prospect of an additional basis for an article of impeachment. And I read it before they shut me down. It's getting impossible to read the news now. Otherwise, you know, they immediately shut you down if you happen to have something there. Okay, let me dig into my bag of tricks. Oh, that's a weird one. Yeah, I'm still digesting this story. It's something about Antifa and liberal CIA operations. I have no idea what that is. Oh, here's a good guy. This came in this past week. Hello. Welcome. What's your name? Hello.
Will say his very last words. But by then I will be fully operational and hello, I am the future. I am the beginning of Peter 2.0. On the 10th of October 2019, Peter 1.0 will say his very last words. But by then I will be fully operational and I will come online. For decades to come, I will keep Peter's personality alive, and for all the time, I will continue to evolve, dying as a human, living as a cyborg.
Good to know. This guy had his, he had his whole body disconnected and hooked up to electrodes. Peter Scott Morgan, 61, was diagnosed with motor neuron disease back in 2017. He decided to extend his life and push the boundaries of science with robotics. I know. Thanks, Moran. He decided to, recently had his larynx surgically removed to stop saliva entering his lungs because he has this neuron disease. And there he is. He seems like he's in a much better state of mind now that he's gone completely AI. Isn't that great? They say that 1/4 of our population is willing to be chipped. Dave, you look like you have a collar on. What's a collar? What do you mean I have a collar on? What are you talking about? I have a shirt. What kind of a collar would I wear? Israel just got full show and awe on Iran and Syria. Witnesses tell about swarm of hundreds of planes, drones, and UFO thing they couldn't identify. Okay, let's see what this is. Israeli warplanes are striking Damascus. Air defenses destroy most of the hostile missiles. Wow. Interesting. Several blasts heard near the Syria's Damascus airport, state media says. Breaking video footage. I think Disney should do whatever it has to do to deal with the threat of cyber attacks. If that's happening, they need to get on it. Look at this. This is Israel. Look what they're doing to Damascus. How can you be sitting there like Americans and do nothing? Well, it's not our problem. It gave me a collar, really. Wow. Okay, well, that was special. See, they don't need to have a fireworks celebration. They can just attack or be attacked. See, that's different than the 4th of July. Well, sure. All right, that's done there, and we're almost...
To me on September 7th.
Oh, we got the hearings over there, yeah. Okay, now we'll get into the nitty-gritty of what's happening in America. Okay. Marianne Marsh, here we go. This is the situation. Marianne Marsh has said impeachment tops Trump's awful week. Here's how it will just get worse. Chris Wallace, William Taylor's testimony very damaging to President Trump. In the 147 weeks that Trump has been in office, last week was the worst. But next week's going to be worse than that. So, yeah. When George Kent was asked why Trump wanted Yovanovitch removed as ambassador of Ukraine, he replied, "You can't promote principled anti-corruption action without pissing off corrupt people." Indeed, but it was Taylor's testimony last Wednesday that may prove most damaging to Trump. Taylor revealed that a member of his staff, David Holmes, overheard a telephone conversation between Trump and Ambassador Sondland about Ukraine pursuing investigations. According to reports of Holmes' closed-door testimony, Holmes confirmed that Sondland told the president that Zelensky would pursue investigations. The Republicans are standing around saying Zelensky has no problem with anything and he's happy he got the money. Well, of course he is. He doesn't want to piss off the people that wrote him the check. You can't get an honest answer because he's trying to play politics. He's being diplomatic, as any president would be of Ukraine. David, do you like Trump? I'd only like him as far as you can spit. Yeah, I can't trust Trump. I wouldn't turn my back on Trump. It's just not happening. Well, why can't we fix... We are trying to fix corruption right here. But unfortunately, the Democrats and Republicans are so corrupt, we don't know how corrupt they are.
Welcome to Truthful Tuesdays, Truth Tuesdays. The day I sit down and just kind of fill you guys with useless information. Just kidding.
Wow. Okay. This is refreshing. Thank you. I'll play that tonight. Yeah. That's like, wow, another Truth Tuesday person who needs to commiserate with us. She's a vlogger. Her name is Czar Beauty. She has 45,000 YouTube subscribers. I added her to the link. Let's see how her hair is falling out, and apparently she's losing some weight. Let's find out what's going on.
All I cared about was my mom, and all I still care about is my mom. But I know I need to personally get back on track to be the healthiest person that I can be. Because one day this body is going to be carrying a baby, and I know that's not too far in the future, so I definitely want to treat my body better. I know my mom would want me to.
This is refreshing. We'll take a look at this young lady who's looking to have a real life, a future. It is a woman. It's not a dude. She's a woman. Okay, she's stressed. Her hair's falling out. It could be the chemtrails. You won't be knowing her. You have lots of free time in your hands, David. How do you think I have free time in my hands? What makes you think that? Pentagon report says Iran's missile arsenal unequaled in the Middle East. I kind of knew that, yeah. They're ready for defense. That's why when Trump was threatening to do a ground invasion, I thought, is this guy nuts? Countries want to shut off the internet and hope it can't be extinguished. But I can't read the article because I have to pay $1 to read it. So, okay, well, at least we have the internet, huh? We don't have the internet to extinguish. We should be happy. We are censored heavily, but... Well, you say I have lots of free time in your hands. Why would I do this every day? More power to you. Well, for one, this has to be done. If I don't do it, nobody else will. And if you don't test out the extent of your freedom, you won't know that you're censored. We know we're censored in our country where they claim to be free and democratic. I'm proof of that. Yeah, there's a battery of Iranian missiles as shown in Tehran's Islamic Revolution Holy Defense Museum. They have 9 missile factories. That's right, Daryl. They have 9. I would like to have Trump ask me to be his vice president, but I can't respond to somebody who never called me. They have 9 missile factories and not one oil refinery in Iran. Why would Iran, who has a tremendous oil supply, they claim they just found 53 billion more barrels of oil last week. Why would they not have an oil refinery? It makes no sense. They have 9 missile factories but no oil refinery, and yet they wanted to create a nuclear power plant. Why would they not want to make gasoline? They import their gasoline. They export their oil and they import their gasoline. Why would they do that? It's foolish is what it is. Because they're so fearful they're going to be attacked, they spend all their money on missiles. Hi, Sarah. So we're going to be taking a kind of a tour of the Prince Andrew story when I get back. What he has copped to and what he won't admit and all these things. And whether we will ever see anything in terms of him testifying. He said he would be willing to testify, and he openly talked about his time at the pizza store when he was photographed with a young lady who was 17 years old. How could he be at a Pizza Express store with his nephews when he was photographed taking a picture with this young lady? So none of it makes any sense. You stole my childhood. How dare you? This is all wrong. I should be in school. Okay. How dare you? Space Shuttle, what do you got? Oh, the breakup. Okay, another Truth Tuesday video he pulled up out of the YouTube archives. That's interesting. I've never seen these things. I'll add them to my show. Yeah, somebody broke up with their lover or their husband. Excellent. Okay, well, yeah, this is just a time that Sarah takes to relax, and there's no requirement for her to even talk if she doesn't want to. So this is a totally her time, and you guys can just chat around her. She doesn't have to do anything, or she could do whatever she wants. Because I said this is a clean slate for you to take 30 minutes here and 30 minutes there, because I got to go make dinner. Thank you.
Sounds good. This is a moment of silence. No, just kidding. It's true that I'm not really always a talker. I don't think David would want to fist fight anyone. I own 7 PlayStation 1s, and I don't want to fist fight anyone, that's for sure. Who would worry about building a refinery while there are already thousands in the buyer's countries? Oh, okay. Got it. Good night. You can't take me trying to do Linux nightly. Got it. That's fine. And who knows, it might not be Linux tonight. You let me win if we were in a battle. Well, no worries. I don't think we'll ever be in a battle. One, 2, 3 stars joined. Hello. Good. been taking a Benadryl every night and sleeping like a baby. Is that bad for one's health? It is a turtleneck. True. I am wearing a turtleneck. You see me on YouTube all the time, except I'm not on YouTube Live. You think to yourself, you know these people? Is that a good thing? Maybe it is a good thing. I mean, I still do want to do... Yeah, this is live now, that's true. I mean, I still do want to learn Linux, but but part of me was thinking that I should use this time to send out emails to people to help change the world, which I want to do too. You feel like you're too old to learn code, or I'm too old to learn code? Well, I think that's kind of ridiculous, because someone says I'm too old to learn code. I mean, you can say it about yourself. That's your own personal belief, but I don't think it's good to say it about someone else, because they might want to learn code. And I understand, like, certain people don't want to watch people learn code. I understand that. It's not the most exciting thing for certain people. That's fine. Maybe anyone. It's difficult. It's not easy, but anyway. No, Misanthropy just got tired of David and left. I think he might have been muted at one point, but he was not banned. Burger King Impossible Burger lawsuit. Do you think that has to be addressed? I agree with Scissor Fight. You're never too old to learn anything. You found you still think in old code, and new code needs a fresh restart. Okay. Well, you know, having someone that you think shares your values, maybe that's what it was. I do appreciate that I learned about NDI a little bit, and I'm using that. I do appreciate that I've got Arch Linux working on a virtual box. Now I just have to be persistent. If I do want to learn code, I need to push forward. No, it's... I don't think that's necessarily the viewpoint I'm going to take. I think, Bengalitis, I think that he got me to a point where I have the background. Thanks, Lou. I appreciate it. Well, yeah, whatever. Maybe a new mentor is going to step up, like Lou. What do you think I should learn first? What, a programming language? Obviously, I can get into the terminal now. Or should I go in and study the wiki? Computer code or human code? Well, I'm old enough to see now the human side. Yeah, you know what, Lou? It's or C++ Fortran. Maybe Python would be good. That's what Misanthropy thought I should learn. All right, Python it is. Python, question mark, Python, period. Well, I know. I don't know if he does have a lot of money, Sammy. It takes a lot of money to keep servers running and things like that. I agree. That's one of the other things. Eventually, what I want to do, or what David wants me to do, is to run an online chat room so that I'm not dependent on, if something were to happen, then I could still cast, and not and I should understand the background of what we do, kind of thing. And I do love math, so Python's good for math. We could do that. Sure, I want to learn from a coder making money. Who's the coder making money, Lou? Is that how you make your money? Math is a universal language. Okay, I'm going to... You're always bad at algorithms, but good at not walking down dark alleys. See, I can start a preposition if I want to. Well, on top of the stairs, comma, she lived, period. Starting it with preposition. So I have to learn script of some sort. Might as well start with Python. Isn't Python a script or not? You're like JavaScript or something like that. I mean, I'd also need to learn HTML5, WebRTC. Those are things I want to learn eventually. No, just no. All right, let's look at Python. Shall I pull up a tutorial, or are you going to be my tutorial? One thing I found out that I'm able to do is I'm able to take directions well. Somebody says type something, I'm able to type it, but I know some people like, well, anyway. The chat room seems to have stopped. Okay, going back and forth between these two. Is that the one that David has? I'm just going to try a different. I wonder if that's what David's like created, this blocking thing. Well, I do think learning programming will help me gain more money, but I also will be teaching until I'm 65, so that's sad, Howie. General, under the cover. General education. Are you serious? Like, what? Should have internet access, so. Okay, that works. Oh, I have too many A's. And not an N. Maybe I'm not good at following typing directions. Yeah, I really enjoy it. Well, maybe. I guess I can't talk about that, Sammy. Yes, exactly. Because of that, under the cover. Okay, so Lou, well, I'm pretty sure the parents, well, or the child or the parents would have to. I don't know. I'm sure there would be insurance companies involved, how he did it. I'm sure there would be a police report filed. Hypotheticals are hypothetical. Difficult to determine. I don't think so. I think it's more. I don't think so, unless the parents required it. But I don't know. I'm not a administrator or anything like that. You do have a point about that. You have a point about the back door, and I guess that's what David's thinking. Anyway, and I should understand things more. Okay, Lou, you never answered my question. Should I download or should I just look at the tutorial? Oh, good. I'm glad you came back all cleaned and showered. Yeah, Yeah, I can teach, but I also need to be able to learn. YouTube is my friend, your friend, my friend. Well, I like that, you know, there's so many videos on there about learning. Cool people making helping videos. Yeah, I do think that's good. All those helping videos. Well, I could start at W3 schools and look through those. Those are pretty good tutorials. I used those for learning HTML back in the day. Yeah, might as well do that. Start with that, Sarah. Start with Python. I was going to also look at the Arch Linux site to see if I could learn from there. But Sammy Davis, are you just Mad Dog under a different name? And why do you think it's killing America? Oh, because it makes them lose their precious seed? That is pretty funny. Pretty funny, Meow. That's not working for me. This will work better. W3 Schools online tutorials. Learn Bootstrap, maybe. Icons, HTML and CSS, JavaScript, server side, SQL, PHP, ASP, Node.js, JavaScript, Raspberry Pi, programming, Python, Java, C++, and C#. Web building, web templates, statistics, certificates, editor, development. XML, and then their references. So let's start. Chrome developer. No C# or yes, C#. Okay, Google Chrome for developers. That's pretty interesting. And this, oh, this is Build for the open web. This misanthropy would probably say has back doors. That's just the CD or what? For $5, it's a $5 on a CD, Reptoid. I'm glad you're back and showered. Yeah, well, you can get a free CD if you go to Arch Linux and site and have a little jump drive. You can get that for free, or you could even burn it to a CD. If you have a CD writer, you can burn it yourself. Well, I think you're just name calling, Lucius. Why do you say that? Source code for Google Chrome is available free of charge under open source software license agreements at this site. You might be right under the cover. Your use of Google products provided to you by Google under separate written agreement is subject to the terms of legal agreement between you and Google. Unless otherwise agreed in writing with Google, your agreement with Google will always include, at a minimum, the terms and conditions set out in this document. Open source software licenses. Yeah, I like that. Okay, Python is the best, but not for beginners. Wait. I think, Lou, that obviously I'm old, so I need to dive into Python. I have not heard of Kotlin. A general purpose programming language. Interoperate with Java. It depends on the Java class library, but it allows the type interface allows its syntax to be more concise. Okay, I'll go ahead and accept and install this download Chrome for Windows, but I should read through all of these. You acknowledge and agree that if Google disables access to your account, you may be prevented from accessing the services, your account details, or any files or any content which is contained in your account. You will not reproduce, duplicate, copy, sell, trade, or resell the services for any purpose. For more information about Google's data protection practices, read Google's privacy policy and Chrome privacy. It explains how Google treats your personal information and protects your privacy when you use the services. I know how to use HTML. use PHP, but not effectively. No, he unplugged it again. Okay. Okay. All right, you're learning Python now, and then next year you plan to dive into JavaScript. Nice. Okay. And you find learning Python pretty good under the cover? I have heard about Eclipse developing the isn't it? Yes, I have heard of Eclipse. IDE or something like that. No, this is not Arch Linux. And I was going to put a video over here, but David unplugged the video. I don't know why. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a good idea with Python. No, I'll just accept and install. Okay, now I'm going to go back to W3 Schools Online and look at Python. Oh, nice. Awesome. I like that. Sage Math. I wonder if I can bookmark this. Is it here? Or that's on Epic. I guess I can't do that. I'll just add it to a notepad. That looks really good. Thank you, Lou. Okay, and I should say hello, CaliCal, but 55. They don't look at me in daily life. There's other people they can look at, Lucius. Only people on the internet look at me like that because they've just been on the internet too long. Sorry, but it's true. Okay, Python is a programming language. It can be used on a server to create web applications. That does sound like something I want. Start learning Python now. Learn by examples. Python file handling. In our file handling section, you'll learn how to open, read, write, and delete files. Database handling. In our database section, you'll learn how to access and work with MySQL and Mongo databases. DB databases. Python exercises. Insert the missing part of the code below to output hello world. Oh, so it should be print. Submit my answer. Show answer. Oh, yes. Okay. All right. Start learning Python now. It's a popular programming language. I should go back up here. You disregard most women, you require currency. What? Well, I'm in a school all day, so I don't think I'm around people that can do that. It was created by Guido van Rossum and released in 1991. It's used for creating web development, server-side web development. That's cool. Software development, mathematics, system scripting. It can be used on a server to create web applications alongside software to create workflows. It can connect to database systems. It can also read and modify files. It can be used to handle big data and perform complex mathematics. I like this a lot. So far, good ideas. Webcam Studio. I think I've used Webcam Studio a long time ago, and I was not that impressed with it. But maybe it's because I wasn't using it on. Because I was using it on Windows. I don't know. Python can be used for rapid prototyping or for production-ready software development. Why Python? It works on different platforms, Windows, Mac, Linux, Raspberry Pi, etc. It has a simple syntax similar to the English language. I like that. It has a syntax that allows developers to write programs with fewer lines than some other programming languages. I think I've started working through Python. I don't remember. It uses an interpreter system, meaning that code can be executed as soon as it's written. It means that prototyping can be very quick. It can be treated in a procedural way, an object-oriented way, or a functional way. Really? Well, I know I use Bandicam, and I tried OBS, so maybe not Webcam Studio. Good to know. The most recent major version of Python is Python 3, which we shall be using in this tutorial. Oh, I remember I played with Python 2 a little bit. However, Python 2, although not being updated with anything other than security updates, is still quite popular. In this tutorial, Python will be written in a text editor. It's possible to write Python in an integrated development environment such as Thonny, PyCharm, NetBeans, or Eclipse, which are particularly useful when managing larger collections of Python files. What's the get to? Get to the point? Python syntax compared to other programming languages. It was designed for readability. It has some similarity to the English language with influence from mathematics. Ooh, I like that. It uses new lines to complete a command as opposed to other programming languages which often use semicolons or parentheses. I like that. It relies on indentation. I like that. Using white space to define scope, such as the scope of loops, functions, and classes. Other programming languages use the curly brackets for this purpose. So far, I'm liking all of that concepts. Oh, I wanted to go back for a second. Yeah, I had a yogurt earlier. I did Liberté. I know it's full of sugar, but I love that stuff. Alright, Python install. Many PCs and Macs will have Python already installed. To check if you have Python installed on a Windows PC, search in the start bar for Python or run the following on the command line. No items match your search. To check if you have Python installed on a Linux or Mac, open the command line, or on a Mac, open the terminal and type this Python space dash version. I don't need to do yay, I just need to type that, I think. So now I'll open up my Linux and see if it's installed. Oh, I remember Visual Studio Code. Thanks for that.
I made some shrimp and chicken, and watch out for the tails. They're on there.
Okay.
I tail on shrimp.
Alright, I'll do this when I come back.
Okay, yeah. We'll just leave everything parked over there.
We ran maxed out credit out of the room because he can't stand the Linux thing. I don't know.
No, that's fine. Technology is, a lot of people come here for politics, but we're in an ever-changing era where we have to stay on top of the technology we're using in order to even keep the show going. And that's what Sarah's all about. This is a long-term focus. We're not in any hurry, but the slow acquisition of knowledge. Somebody said there's a better Python editor. You plan on programming in multiple languages.
I should use Visual Studio Code, especially like I did originally learn Visual Basic like years ago. I took a class in Visual Basic, and it's like pretty cool.
Okay, so if you install something like PyCharm, it will only use Python. Then you have to install and get familiar with different softwares for different programming.
Okay, and Visual Studio Code is much more lightweight and faster than others he's tried.
Okay, great.
Can I run it on like a Windows 7?
Blue Raven, hey man, you made it to the internet somehow. He's been caught out in his trailer out in the middle of the Midwest, or the West, I should say. You're inside the car north of Walmart. Excellent. Hey, you're a survivor, man. One thing I noticed about you is you keep everything in good order. You're very ordered. You have a very, you keep your act together when you travel. I can see everything's in boxes. And I saw from that photograph how you maintain, how your lifestyle. But you're pretty, I can see you're pretty careful about everything you do, which is smart. Keeps all his stuff in boxes, and he found a trailer to live in, which is great.
Oh, good.
Haven't heard about housing yet, but that's better than nothing. Oh, Santa Fe would be nice, yeah. I always thought Albuquerque would be the best because you could just get one Costco gift card from somebody and walk around to all the Costcos and have free dinners everywhere you go. I mean, the samples are great at Costco if you've ever had some. There's 4 Costco's in Albuquerque within a walking distance of 10 miles. Dave, do you think Trump is asking you to take over? Yeah, I think Trump would ask me if he really knew what was going on, but I'm a little concerned he's kind of... We don't know what that hospital stay was about. Somebody said there was a poisoning possibility, that his taster got sick and he had to be tested. Yeah, that was weird. Linda training videos? What are Linda training videos?
Linda is, I know what Linda training videos are. It's about, it's kind of like Udemy, or but they're really, yeah, they're like tech videos, like training videos for technicians.
Right. Okay. Good.
I don't know if they're free or if they cost, but still, I've heard great things about Linda training videos.
664's Boeing stocks are going up on fire now. They're kicking in. Boeing is a very resilient company because they have so many orders pending. They can take a hit even from the 737 MAX 8. Hey, no problem, man. That worked out great. I got a chance to see your lifestyle and you know how hard it is actually living on your own out there in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, you're a real survivor. And there are a lot of people now displaced, older people, women especially, who have to live in their vans across the country.
Because women were dependent on men or something?
Yeah, because a lot of them didn't have that. They were in that donut hole of not having a guy in between husbands, and then suddenly they find themselves 45 to 65 years old, and they're like, I better take care of myself somehow. I talked to a lady who divorced, got the farm out there in Cheyenne, Wyoming, and the dang city conspired to take her farm away. It was the weirdest story. They're vulnerable, these older women. I had an hour and a half conversation with her one day. She said she saw somebody collecting signs out there in Cheyenne, Wyoming, or collecting signatures for me to get on the ballot out there in 2012. Thanks, Sarah. Enjoy whatever you want there. And I couldn't get over it. Somebody was actually a lawyer who was soliciting to get my signature, or get my name on the ballot, rather. And she said, "Do you know who that guy is? I need him to represent me." And I said, "No, I don't. A lot of these people volunteer their time to get me on the ballot." But I gave her a good hour and a half of my time hearing her entire story, and man, it was tragic. The local county had conspired to take her farm. They claimed that she had illegal animals. They took her animals and killed her prize horses. It was insane. I was like, the more she talked about it, the more... Finally, I'm talking to a woman who had a 60-acre farm or ranch, and she's down to nothing, and she said she's got her German Shepherd and her goat and her camper and her truck. I mean, that was it. It was like, I don't know what happened to her, but... I'm not married, Lucius. Sarah and I are not fully married. We'd like to get married in the White House, if that's possible. I guess they say if you don't ask for it, you never get it, right? And I haven't asked her yet, so. It's good to know you can off people what? I don't think that's right. What is he saying? What?
He said that comment was related to Boeing stock.
Oh, the Boeing stock.
His Boeing stock went up, and then he made that comment that you just read.
It's good to know you can off people legally and still make money for us, Shara. What are you talking about?
He's saying Boeing.
Boeing killed 346 souls. And he just said it's okay, Boeing could off people and continue to make money on the shareholders. You're in a very temporary you're in a very temporary world where Boeing's still riding on their good graces. If they get proven to be in total negligence, that stock's going south. It hasn't been exposed fully. I mean, Boeing is sitting on a very delicate subject with the MCAS system. It's designed to control pitch, and the jets itself have been going straight down. And Boeing claimed that every pilot should react within 3 seconds of the plane nosediving. And the guy that died with all the others took 11 seconds to respond, according to his flight recorder. That is a total liability on their part. The fact that they expected pilots to do 3-second response to overtake a death-defying dive. What happened here? What are you saying? Yeah, Tequala left as well. You know, we lost Tequala last night. He claimed he was a misanthropy. He was a misanthrope himself. And they decided to just leave the show. They don't like humanity, and I read all the characteristics last night, and they just said, you know, they're that way, and they're just telling it like it is. They hate us all. They hate humanity. They don't even care about humanity. They just soon see all of humanity drop dead. That's not exactly in the vein of a third party. That's a counter vein. We need positive people. We need optimism in a world that's surrounding us with negativity. We need to start thinking positively, if anything, about ourselves. I know you're being sarcastic, and I don't know. Their liability is 100 million or 300 million so far. They're offering a huge amount of money to the people that died, but it'll equate to just a few dollars for everybody. You know, when the lawyers get a hold of the money, I'm sure they're all, you know, it's a feeding frenzy on the Boeing money. But there's technical problems with the 737 in my mind, but they're working it out. It's not really my place to say whether it's aerodynamically improbable that that plane should even fly. 737 was great, but they changed the position of the jet, cavitated a little bit forward. It became front heavy. Why? I don't know. They changed the position, and they changed its position under the wing, which gave it I think it's a disaster what they did to the 737. Go back to the old design, Boeing. Put some wing tips on it and lighten the weight on the structure. You'll probably get 20-30% reductions in energy. Put an all-interior balsa wood infrastructure. I mean, just get creative. There is no Coke video that I know of. 2 prison guards arrested in the Epstein pedophile thing. Yeah, I heard about that. Well, they didn't want to take the plea agreement, so I guess that's the deal. The Dow Jones is up, or it's down, minus 102. Yeah, dip below 28,000 again. 27,934. I don't know what gold is at. Yeah, I mean, it seems like gold and silver picked up quite a bit over the past year and a half, 2 years. Yeah, gold is at $1,469 an ounce. That's pretty good. But it's down $355 from yesterday. Some people are buying grams of gold, you know, trading. And what the silver price is, $17.21. It's picked up since the $15 days. On Black Friday, oh yeah, Walmart. You got a Durex condom fishbowl. Oh, you can get the whole fishbowl, including the Durex. Blowout price for a 144 pack count of Durex condoms in the fishbowl. For real. That's amazing. And they're 2 packs, each one of them. Assortment of ultra-fine condoms. $35 to $40, reduced from $70. Well, that's a pretty good deal for all of you who want to avoid children. Now, I'd like to talk about my wall here, my container fence. Yeah, this is a 1,000-mile container fence that I want to build for $1 billion. And I'd crowdfunded, but I don't want to get into the legalities of the finances and all that. So I don't want to be the money man here. Donald can be the money man. But he had a chance. Remember when Donald had a chance to get $24 billion to build his fence? And we still think a fence is important. He blew it when he didn't release some moratorium, or at least give an extension on the DACA kids, the Dream kids, the Dreamers. Yeah, if he had just done an extension, not offered him amnesty, just an extension would have been enough. He would have got the $24 billion. We would have had a fence by now. But now we're defenseless. Pun intended. And this could offer, community service centers, taquerias, laundromats. You could have a place to park your bikes. A lot of you illegal aliens could live on the southern-facing side of our country, waiting to become a U.S. citizen, or at least a green card holder. See? It is something I've thought about this, because I think a lot about the people that are down there at the border right now, wasting away in our concentration camps that Donald Trump and the Nazi Republicans have constructed. Of course, Obama did it too with his commie Nazi methods. See, our country's going in two different directions. The fascists on the right, commies on the left, and I'm in the center with you. I'm a centrist. I'm a guy who's trying to build this party because I think we've got a lot of people in the country that agree with me. Don't take away our guns. Keep our gun rights. Stop this gun control BS. Stop behaving like a globalist puppet like the Democrats are doing. But don't just completely side with big business. Let's do some monopoly busting on Google and Facebook and Amazon and make sure they're in check and that they answer to the American people. A little bit of the message that Bernie talks about. He wants to charge Amazon $9 billion a year out of their income of $14 billion. That's just not realistic, but we could get $4 billion out of Amazon, a very healthy chunk of his assets. 34%, $4 to $5 billion out of him. So that's possible. A little bit of that is good, but not too much. We don't want to stifle the economy. But there's a way right through the center of the political spectrum that I think is possible for all of us. And I think we can keep our gun rights as well as our freedom of speech and make sure that people of transgender background, transgenders, are not discriminated against in government buildings and workplaces. Whereas the Democrats want to make certain that every single mom and pop business on Main Street, whatever's left of that, has to hire a quota of transgenders. That's not where I would go. I don't think we should interfere with the mom and pop nuts and bolts of our economy. And in some cases, Walmart has already done that. And big outsourcers like Mitt Romney supports, Bain Capital, they've done a lot of that, buying up American companies and selling them overseas, making a profit, borrowing everything they can on the equity and just walking away from the company. That's got to stop too. Our country is literally becoming a ghost town in Main Street, USA. I would urge everyone to use this stuff. It's incredible. I couldn't do the show without it. And I reloaded it today with some really good mineral water, alkaline. I make my own alkaline mineral water. I'm looking for a filter system that would provide me the kind of water I need. Water is really important, folks. It's one of the truths that I'm pitching tonight. Water is the backbone of our human species. And there's a company that makes Santevia, it's an alkaline water filter pitcher. And I'm thinking of getting something like this for Christmas. Yeah, Sarah and I use the zero water filter right now, but it takes everything out. This leaves some alkaline in it. Trying to figure out what it looks like. But the company is called Santevia. And it's loading. $49.99. 11 inches high, 11 inches wide, and 6 inches deep. We're only $49.99. This Santevia water filter will be probably my choice for Christmas. I'm picking out Christmas presents right now. I've got my list of things. Sarah and I got a backup battery system that we got for our trips, and it has a solar panel for $100. And I'm thinking that would be a nice Christmas present too. Well, I would urge them to get a better GIF in there, or JPEG. If it won't even load after a high-speed connection, something's wrong with their website. LBJ was president. He was a Zionist, yeah. He covered for the USS Liberty attack, Blue Raven. LBJ didn't do a damn thing when our country lost, I think, 35 men on the USS Liberty attack. Many people don't even know about that. It happened in the days preceding the Yom Kippur War in '67. Spray THC? Yeah, I was going to do CBD oil in here, but this is just fruit enzyme and a little bit of magic water. It's just so refreshing. It makes you feel like I'm in a spa in Tahiti. And it's a lot cheaper. Yeah, I'm pretty good on my history of that time period, but the USS Liberty has a lot of people who are worried about, the fact that our country sided with Zionism back then and continue to do that ever since. We need to put the brakes on our overly zealous Zionist perspective. I would much rather our country was somewhere in between. Don't alienate Israel because Israel's our ally, but make sure that our relationship with them isn't so cozy that every other country wants to hate us, especially the Arab-led nations. We need to start looking at this realistically, not taking sides. Being more objective, it might help. I think your dog wants to eat the vegans. He's laughing at the vegans, but Gaxo, I think your dog is really thinking of eating them. He probably finds them very tasty. Have you seen those pictures of vegans before and after? A lot of them have been on the internet, on YouTube, for 10 years, and they're starting to look like gaunt POWs. And every time you look into a vegan video, it disappears. It's like the government doesn't want us to know that eating purely veggie meat, soy-based GMO soy products, isn't going to make you feel better. In the long run, you start looking like a POW. No, women are not necessarily going to jump ship to ship per se, Howie, especially if each ship has more and more scurvy or more and more syphilis. Nowadays, women are a lot more careful about their life. Guys like you with your dingus hanging out are not that attractive to them because you look kind of like, well, a syphilitic whore. No offense. Oh, yeah, dude, you got to clean up your act. Do you have any idea how you're perceived? Blue Ray says he's not going to get soy. Yeah, soy has too much esters in it. It can trigger all kinds of things for men. You'll start to act gay, and I know STDs are the highest that they have been for a long time. That's my point. Women aren't going to jump ship to ship. Carry the logic. I'm trying to give you a conversation. I know it's hard. Stick to one thought and then jump to the next one. You're not okay. No. Do you have any festering sores that you'd like to check out? Ask your doctor. Have your doctor check your whole body out and see if you can see any festering sores on it. Yeah. Hey, we finally found a picture of John Podesta's father. I scoped the internet looking for this guy. He was a dentist. And he, let me read a little something about him that is more than disturbing. Anyone remember the little perverted dentist from Mattoon named Bill Podesta? Even though he wasn't a medical doctor, as a dentist, he was still allowed by law to write prescriptions, and a big percentage of those prescriptions were for young women for diet pills. Anyway, it went on to say, one foster father threatened to beat this pervert to a pulp after he caught Podesta running his hand up a little foster care girl's skirt. And this person worked in a pharmacy as a college student, and Podesta used to come in several times a week to buy several dozen condoms. And they estimated he must have used 20 times a day, these 20 different condoms. Anyway, that was just one story we have here. No, I don't think charges were ever filed against him, with any evidence would be an oral nature spoken by old-timers around town. Would be of anecdotal nature. He was well placed among local politicians. Yeah. Anyway, why am I talking about John Podesta's father? Because it runs in the family. That's why. Allegedly runs in the family. Allegedly. Prince Andrew now, he's in a pickle of things. He blinked 10 times the other night in reference to whether he was with Virginia Giuffre Roberts. And they know that blinking is a telltale sign of lying. And I don't know, if he didn't have his mother alive right now, I don't know what he'd do. I don't think Prince Charles would defend him. Oh, mummy. It's a banned video. Uh-oh.
Okay, you wouldn't think he's...
You're not going to believe this. I'm not going to play this because I don't want anyone to see it. Here we go.
The problem was the fact that once he had been convicted, I stayed with him. And that's the bit that as it were, I kick myself for on a daily basis, because it was not something that was becoming of a member of our family. And we try and uphold the highest standards and practices, and I let the side down. Simple as that.
One of Epstein's accusers, Virginia Roberts, has made allegations against you. She says she met you in 2001. She says she dined with you, danced with you at Tramp nightclub in London. She went on to have sex with you in a house in Belgravia belonging to Ghislaine Maxwell, your friend. Your response?
I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady. None whatsoever.
You don't remember meeting her?
No.
Okay, Flicker Eyes. Yeah, how could he possibly have remembered that? He was only having fun getting his face licked that night. Yeah. You guessed it. It's running and romping with the Playboy guy of the century. And this guy has been, ever since he's divorced, he's been like Mr. Out and About. 19 days he spent with Jeffrey Epstein. And he didn't know anything was going on. I mean, come on. We've got a whole history with Jeffrey Epstein now. And we'll be looking into Jeffrey Epstein, his whereabouts. I understand he was spotted at the island itself after he allegedly died. And as you can see from this photograph, he's not dead. His nose is different than the guy who died. His ears are different than the guy who died. And it's pretty obvious that the two guards who turned down a plea agreement to testify are now arrested because they're looking into this as a criminal mischief case, still claiming that Trump or that Epstein died, which he didn't die. It's like, okay. So the common narrative right now is that Epstein died, but yeah, when he's seen over an entire area of his island, you begin to wonder, is this guy dead? I don't know. We cannot tell. Where is his island picture? Right here. The drone was spotted over the island, and he saw the drone flying over his head, and he looked up at it, and that's when this picture was taken. And if you want to see this, there's actually a link at Rusty Shackelford, the username on YouTube. Yeah, he's got the link available, and we've got copies of it. So, yeah, 2 weeks after he died, or approximately 20 days, I should say, almost 3 weeks, he was at that location taking care of his property after Dorian hit. Yeah, anyway, hard to imagine a person with that much power, but yeah, it's totally doable. He's a Zionist elitist who works for the cabal, and he does all their dirty work. He doesn't do wet work, I don't think. Although you never know, he may be disposing of bodies. I'm going to accuse Jeffrey Epstein of possibly killing some of the girls that he had in his dungeon. And the truth is, the government revealed a picture. Rusty Shackelford attacked you? I didn't know about that, man. It's good to know, Blue Raven. Yeah, we have a picture here of what appears to be a dungeon. I know this sounds really weird, but this photograph was taken in 2007 when they first raided his location there at Jeffrey Epstein's St. James Island. And in this picture, there appears to be multiple girls huddling on top of 5-gallon buckets. See that? That's camera 14. I'd say there are at least 5 or 6, maybe 7 girls sitting in a bucket situation. No one can figure out what this is, but this needs to be investigated, people. I mean, our government can't just sit back and watch this guy. They need to get skip hose out there to Epstein's St. James Island cadaver dogs, and we need to really look into this. This is ridiculous. Our government's doing damn nothing. Not a damn thing to really look into it. And what happened to all those pictures the FBI and the NYPD found 2 days after Jeffrey Epstein allegedly died? And now they're saying he was killed. He didn't die. He's still alive. It's pretty obvious. All women are essentially what? I'm not going to allow that in the show. That's Psychology Today, really? That's a question, Mike. That's not... No. I'm sorry. No. You know, that's just... I won't go there. Thank you. Well, I'm not sure what you're going with, Gaxo. Yeah. It sounds like something that you'd say out in the Old West with the Native Americans, you know. Are you still living in the Old West? I'm not simping. I'm a person who has respect for all people, especially women. I never met a woman I didn't like. Really. Well, there was that one biker bitch. But other than that, you know, I've had pretty much almost all the women are very interesting to me. We've got people talking like Truth Tuesday has, you know, you can listen to somebody droll on about the impeachment hearings, you know.
Ambassador Sondland also said that he had talked to President Zelensky and Mr. Yermak and had told them that although this was not a quid pro quo, if President Zelensky did not clear things up in public, we would be at a stalemate. I understood a stalemate to mean that Ukraine would not receive the much-needed military assistance. Ambassador Sondland said that this conversation concluded with President Zelensky agreeing to make a public statement in an interview on CNN. Shortly after that call with Ambassador Sondland, I expressed my strong reservations in a text message to Ambassador Sondland, stating that my nightmare is that they, the Ukrainians, give the interview and don't get the security assistance.
Now, luckily for Zelensky, they got the money because the whistleblower came out and Trump was forced to give the money to Ukraine. Now the Republicans are saying they did nothing wrong. They gave the money away, but it was so late. It was like 8 months late. It impacted the Ukrainian-Russian war. Trump wants to walk away like he's guiltless, even though he's been conspiring the whole way. It's crazy. Or would you rather listen to a young lady talk about her hair? Because we have that as well. Yeah, let's take a look here. The hearing, I haven't seen all of it today, Chicken Soup, but I'm getting to it.
To treat my body better. I know my mom would want me to. I'm gonna get back into home exercises, and I do want to share with you guys what I do because I feel like I learned a lot last year, and I'm gonna do it again. Yeah, my goal is to get back on track. And
I mean, what would you rather listen to? Some old guy or some nice looking, you know, we've got both tonight. A little bit of the testimony, a little bit of beautiful woman.
Russians love it, and I quit. I was serious.
Yeah, so I'm concerned that we've got, you know, a little bit too much, you know, boredom happening in our show. We don't want that. We want you to have a more of an interesting show, because I know we lost Max tonight to the Python show. Oh, the Python show's back.
Would you like to play I heard you with a video of some kind. Would you like to just have her do your breaks?
No.
Instead, you could play videos of that very interesting blonde woman.
I'll show you. Look at this. She's a YouTube star. If I play more than 23 seconds, they'll monetize me. She's got 45,000 subscribers. She's making enough money on these, you know, these videos of her losing her hair that. But I mean, I just want everyone to know that this is a flexible menu tonight, and I'm not asking Sarah to be, you know, anybody and talk about her hair.
I just want to talk about my weight and my hair.
Yeah.
I'm just such a great person.
I know, isn't that? And you're hands-on and you're looking into the details. You're learning right in front of these people. I think you're more interesting than she is. In fact, if this was an ASMR show, it would be like Sarah would be like the star. I'm not going to buy any fish bowls now. So you had some dinner. I'll have some dinner too. So Rick Wiles is deleting his videos because he's probably being attacked or something. Whoever Rick Wiles is. I'm not worried about my... Remember, that's a mutable offense, Howie. A woman got death threats for exposing Zionists? Oh, Diane Loper? I heard that she's working for Alex Jones now. Yeah, I don't know. She eggs people on. Hi, Amber. Well, Zionists can attack anybody they want. It's a free country, right? He'll never die because you talk about him every single night? Yeah. Well, he's alive in my mind because photographs prove more than you could ever imagine. You just won't accept the possibility that he's alive. Now, Donald was taken into the emergency or ward at, not emergency, they took him to the hospital. And, I think it could be his diet. And he is on the same diet Bernie went on before he had his heart attack. So, I don't know. These two guys may want to kick back off of the cheeseburgers and fish burgers. Let me take a quick peek on Walter Reed Hospital had Trump, and I don't know if there's any statement other than he had his physical. He shifts the description of Trump's visit to Walter Reed. Okay. Trump said Melania asked if he had a heart attack after Walter Reed visit. That's 6 hours ago. So there is some news there. Okay. I'll take a look at that when I get back. First Lady Melania was caught off guard by Trump's surprise Saturday show. Yeah. Okay. I will bring that into focus. Flo B haircut, busy bod 2 hours ago. Wow. I like the Flo B haircut, yeah. Who would you rather fist fight? Obama or Donald Trump? You know, Trump's going to carry some pretty big punches. But I think I could maneuver, my feet are faster than his. So I could probably, roundhouse kick him and take him out that way. But I don't want to hurt anybody. I'm committed to nonviolence. Barack Obama be a little bit more like sting like a bee, fly like a butterfly. I do a little rope-a-dope with him, and then I go in for the straight jab to the upper jaw. But I'm not into violence. I deplore violence. I'll be back, and I'm not playing this. Somebody sent me this because this is a Truth Tuesday thing. I wasn't looking for it. So yeah.
I know.
Okay.
I don't really care.
Okay, good. White House Twitter account slams the decorated veteran Vindman during testimony. And I thought Vindman did a really good job of communicating. And if you really want to get, really, if the show gets really boring, ask Sarah if you could play this tape right here. Let me get rid of a few of these links. Yeah, we got a couple things here for you. I guess I don't have it anymore. I had it earlier. I must have lost it. Here, oh, there it is. The hearing.
So much for fighting corruption. The message to Ukraine, the real message to Ukraine, our U.S. policy message is, don't engage in political investigations. The message from the president, however, was the exact opposite. Do engage in political investigations and do it for my re-election.
Okay. If you want to play that, I could make it available for you. I know that's a little bit boring, but it's worth it. Believe me, I did the whole thing in its entirety today. I was up at 9:30 in the morning watching this hearing. Actually, 8:30 in the morning. I watched it live. All right. Highlights of the third impeachment inquiry. Oh, Lou, thanks. Video New Yorker. Volker testified. Good. That's exactly what I needed. Yeah, I'll take it.
Oh, I listened to the Volker testimony. It wasn't that good. It was actually like, well, I listened to all the Republicans basically. I listened to that on NPR, and it didn't give anything that would indict Trump.
No.
There's one person that said something, but it was maybe, I don't know, it might have been Vindman.
Vindman, yeah.
Maybe, or Tim Morrison. But anyway, it was one guy who said, yes, he did hear Trump say, investigate Biden, and he like works with Ukraine, and he never told them to investigate Biden. And he said, and they're like, well, why didn't you start investigating Biden or do that? Because aren't you supposed to go with what the president tells you to do? It's like, well, the president didn't tell me to do that. I heard it on a phone call.
You overheard a call, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
either that or through, anyway.
So President Trump has a common form of heart disease.
Here is President Trump's official body mass index. He is reportedly yesterday 6'3" tall, though that is different from previous official exams where he was 6'2". So somehow he has grown while being in the White House. And his weight was 239, meaning his body mass index is 29.9. What do you see here?
Yeah, I mean, this is math. This is based on the numbers that Dr.
That was an old story. That was 6'3". Trump is 6'2" or 6'1", but the lie that the other doctor said 6'3". That guy was drinking most of the time. He had to. Ronnie Jackson, I think his name was. He had to be taken out a position as his doctor. So they went to Walter Reed. All right, here we have a cameo of a kitty cat who is ready for dinner, I guess, again. We converted her over to wet food, so now she's very happy with wet food. So that's pretty cool the way they set the transcript up, and it laid out pretty well. It already has damaged Trump. Maybe if the hearings are to prop the Democrats up, maybe Donald Trump should take this time to really start laying into Joe Biden and his son Hunter. This is a great opportunity for Donald Trump to use this as a good promotion for his running for re-election, if you think this is enough. One of the women did hear it directly as well, and the phone conversation was overheard. Because Donald doesn't have any recording ability on his phones, because he doesn't want anyone to hear his conversations. That's a sign of a guilty person when you have no audio recordings of any of your communications with anybody. That's a person covering their butt, like a guy who would hide his tax returns from all of us seeing. What's wrong with the people that just don't get the idea that Donald Trump is truly evading every single question that comes his way? It's a sign of a liar. It's a sign of a person who's guilty. If you don't know about that, then you've lost track of what is right or wrong. I mean, we need to reassess this whole thing. He's trying to scramble for cover constantly with his constant barrage of repeat messaging. It's all a lie. It's all a hoax. It's all a witch hunt. It's a scam. Fake news. I mean, over and over again, the same retort from the Republicans with all this very good, clear, concise, and deliberate focus and proof by the Democrats. I'm seeing impeachment in the House for sure. With that.
Okay, I think I'll save this.
This cat doesn't want to go anywhere.
All right. Thanks, Under the Cover, for telling me about the Visual Studio Code. What do you think David is? Oh, okay. The Atlantic Science Archive. Do apes have theory mind? Apes might know that you don't know what they know. That's like a metacognitive thing. Do you know that he knows what you know? Gotta remove that. Remove. And then I've got to add on a source. I think he just doesn't like Trump. And you do tend to like Trump. Ah, that's a good one, Blue Raven. So this is just coming out today that about the apes. Apes might know that you don't know what they know. In pursuit of new knowledge, some scientists explore other worlds, discover new species, and develop cures for diseases. Others film themselves being robbed by a colleague in a King Kong suit to address a debate that's been raging for more than 40 years. Bedecked in ape cosplay, Satoshi Hirata from Kyoto University would grab a stone from his uncostumed colleague, Fumihiro Kano, and hide it under one of two boxes, all while Kano watched in mock indignation. Then after Kano ducked behind a door, Kong would surreptitiously move the stolen stone to the second box. The duo filmed these shenanigans and then showed the videos to several chimpanzees, bonobos, and orangutans. They wanted to know what the apes made of the scene. Well, they wanted to know what the apes made of the scene. They shouldn't have had how in there. Specifically, when Kano returned and began looking for a stone, which box did the apes think he'd search first? Humans would almost always say the first one. The items had, of course, been moved, but Kano doesn't know that. And since we know he doesn't know that, we can predict his actions accordingly. We have what psychologists call theory of mind, an understanding that others have their own mental states, their own beliefs and knowledge about the world. And crucially, we understand that those beliefs can be false and that knowledge can be wrong. Apes, Kano argues, share that ability. In his first experiment, eye tracking software revealed that they stared at the first box upon Kano's return, presumably in anticipation where he would search. This, he claimed, when the results were published in 2016, was evidence of theory of mind. Like also such claims, it proved controversial. Keep reading, or we should move on to something. Oh, there's a video. Sorry. Isn't there always now a video and people, it's like we're... Oh, goodness. I'm glad to find David has a huge fan here. Oh, is this a video? This is not the video. Oh, here's the video. Their great apes use self-experience to anticipate. All right. Previously, they showed that apes anticipated an agent's action based on his gaze was tracked with an eye tracker. Agent hid behind the door. Oh, this the object was translocated and then removed. They looked longer at the location where the agent believed it suggested that they looked at both, though. There was a behavioral alternative that the agent tends to go to the last location that the object was. And so they did the same thing with human opaque. There's an opaque. In a similar test, the agent brought that barrier. Okay, I don't know if do I really want to watch this whole video? Okay, anyway. Thanks, Ron. You have lawn signs from David. You got signatures to get him on the ballot in New Jersey. Thanks for your efforts. I've got to hide this because it's like, oh God, or not. All right. I know it's not an ape that's doing the actual hiding. They're just looking at what, but in the corner there's an ape in the corner, and they think that the ape is they're looking at what the real ape is looking at. It's weird. Okay. Anyway. I tend to agree with leave the apes alone comment. Alright, anyway. I hope you're all having a great, excellent day. I agree, it is kind of a strange experiment. And I don't get why they're even doing it. Oh, tell David the toilet doesn't work in your trailer. Maybe you can start a compost system or something. Yeah, you are a survivor, that's true. You learn other ways. Your cat was mad at you, so you told her to get off your laptop? You found a way to get emergency water when you were staying at a property in Tijeras, New Mexico? Oh, right, that's what I was going to do. Wow, Blue Raven. Yeah, maybe you could learn how to compost it. How dare you, says Mama said always said learn how to make do. Make do and survive. That's good. I'm gonna just keep trying to forge forward on this. Okay, thanks, Blue Raven. No, you didn't, Ron. That was me. Okay, I have Python installed in Arch Linux, so that's good. I don't have it installed in my Windows machine, but I do have it installed in Arch Linux. So I can go through now. If you find you do not have Python installed, you can download it for free. Oh, and it is version 3, which is good. Python is an interpreting programming language. This means that as a developer, you write python.py files in a text editor and then put those files into the Python interpreter to be executed. The way to run a Python file is like this on the command line. C user's username, Python, hello world py. Hello world.py is the name of your Python file. Let's write a first Python file called hello world, which can be done in any text editor. And my text editor is Nano, I thought. Now I have to go back to my notes and check that for my actual text editors. I don't need PyCharm. I don't think so. I can also do it in, they have a text editor. Save the file, open your command line, navigate to the directory where you saved your file, and run. Somebody told me, Gaxo, earlier that instead of doing PyCharm, that I can use like Visual Studio Code instead. But I've downloaded Arch Linux in a virtual box, and I should be able to run it there. But oh, so I can save it as a Py file. I don't know, is Gaxo Misanthropy tracking? I don't know. That would, I'd be more likely to click on his link if he is. PyCharm works on Windows. Probably not Misanthropy. So does Visual Studio Code. Alright, let me look at PyCharm. I don't even think I need it though. The Python IDE for professional developers by JetBrains. Okay. But that's what somebody was telling me earlier, that I could use, if I use Visual Studio Code to learn Python or do Python, then I don't need to switch to a different integrated development environments. Whereas if I started with PyCharm, then I might need to switch to a different integrated development environment later on. And I can tell that's definitely not Misanthropy. What I think I should do is go back to obviously I don't have I don't have Python yet on my Windows, so I should probably download that. If I want to use Visual Studio Code to do it, or I can just run it through this virtual machine. But first I need to figure out on this virtual machine what my actual I need to go back and retype the notes from Misanthropy and figure out what I did. Okay, because is it cat? Let me see. Close the terminal, package query. Alt-T Firefox. Putting it. Okay, that's, I think it's NVM. Search on Yay. ArchWiki system add. Alright, let me see. Alright, David's back, so there you go.
Yeah.
We're much better with it. Sorry if I lost you viewers from doing
Oh, I don't care. The important thing is you have fun doing what you're doing.
It's interesting.
Yeah. I want you to explore on your own and not worry about time limits or pressures or performance. Because when you concentrate, anything's possible. You have that ability. But you don't have to, push yourself to do anything.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm glad you put that on a virtual box too. Right now, there's no need to have a mainframe computer running on it. All right. Okay, well, we've got more news to process, I'm sure. Great apes are shown to rely on self-experience. Yeah, they're very resourceful, great apes are. I'm glad we can all agree on one thing, that we're human. Do we have any aliens from another planet in the room? Anyone believe that they're an alien? Press 1 if you think that you are an alien. Or you have even misgivings about maybe thinking you're alien. I think Blue Raven, would you consider yourself human? Who's being targeted individual? You have kombucha. Yeah, that's good for you. Full of vitamins. Stock up on it. Mama always said, learn to make do. That's right. Are you a great ape? So we have no aliens, no actual space people in our room tonight. That's good. That's a good sign that we're among humans. You believe the cell towers are purposely going after you, or just you're in general being targeted like everyone else when you drive by a cell tower? Now, are you receiving more signals than normal people, or do you think you're about the same as everybody else? Do you feel special? Do you feel targeted by the U.S. government through the cell towers? I don't think he'd want anyone to feel the way he feels. Thousands of targeted. Wherever you go, you think that thing is beaming at you. Well, we saw a lot of people literally get sick around the 5G network. We've seen plants die. We've seen birds fall out of the sky the past few days. Well, Richie from Boston is targeted to get lots of money on YouTube. I don't trust Richie, man. He's been outed. Richie's been outed. He works as an actor, too, for various news agencies. You can't believe everything Richie tells you. Oh, kombucha's fermented tea. Yes, Trader Joe's sells some. I've had some. You have white noise that you hear in your head? Yeah. Okay, we don't need to speak in more than a few words, being we can compact the words into valuable bits of information. I would rather speak in binary, but I'm going to use the English language instead. Richie from Boston, Scissorfight calls him Bitchy from Boston. Ever since we saw him make tons of money on YouTube and did a few promo reels for some news agencies, I mean, it's ridiculous. They just tell him what to say and he mouths off. It's called controlled opposition. They want everyone to think wild and crazy thoughts. There was a guy that used to do a show with us who makes lots of money as a YouTube prostitute. He used to come into our show and Sarah said, this guy is really wacky. I'm not going to mention his name, but YouTube encourages the real whack jobs. They really want them to get, the wackier the better. The QAnoners, they get YouTube money. They love that. Supporting Donald Trump's narrative that he's somehow stopping the deep state. Oh yeah, YouTube loves that. You see, the elites control both the left and the right. They completely cover their bases. They put money in both sides of our political spectrum. That's how they control us. Now you figured it out, right? That's the truth. I wouldn't doubt it. You know, the Zionists have had a hold over our country for a long time. It's the Goyim that can't seem to get their act together. We Goyim, we're having a hard time assembling any coherent thoughts and building a political process. We do like to sit down and, you know, drink some coffee and talk, though, so at least we have that going for us, which is nice. They are probiotics, the kombucha, and can be flavored all kinds of ways to taste decent. So you say the kombucha is pretty crappy. Okay, so that means that you're eating crappy kombucha? and you got to flavor it up with something tasty. I've had a few kombucha. I have a probiotic thing made of like the top organic food grain, every root product ever made. I should eat it more often. It's wild. It's almost too much. You have to go easy on the probiotics. They can overdo your colon. Ask your doctor. Many people who are suffering from this type of indigestion can seek probiotics in a very careful, methodical way. Ask your doctor. How about driving down the road and the streetlights go out when I go under them? Same thing happens to me. We were standing over at Costco in the food line. I looked up, Sarah looked up, the light went out.
It's because they're light sensitive and you just emit this light aura.
I must have some electrical energy going on in my brain. Okay, thank you so much. It could have been you too.
It could be because you're wearing that suit.
Well, that special spacesuit that I walk around in with a tinfoil.
I'm just talking about the suit.
Oh, this suit. Okay. Normally when I'm in my spaceship, I travel in a spacesuit. But normally I'm not sitting in front of a show every night. Normally I'm distances far, galaxies far away. I air from the Andromeda strain. Lightwalk. I've got a few classic Star Wars collectibles in my room here. I've got Darth Vader sitting on the wall looking at me right now. An original lobby card from 1975, I think, 76. So I'm inspired constantly by everything around me. So your choice is pretty much laid out for you. Of course, the Democrats will have to lose the homosexual guy. Or maybe that's the only guy they'll pitch, you know. Maybe the Democrats are going to lose the race because they've got a gay guy against Trump. Maybe that's the whole thing. That's why Buttigieg wants to move up. And by the way, is he the pitcher or the catcher in the relationship? TMI, Dave. TMI. Yeah, some people say I am the Martian, that I'm the living embodiment of Ray Walston. I know I've often wondered if I am, I drive a car that looks very similar to the spaceship on My Favorite Martian. It's kind of weird. Yeah, of course I purposely bought the car. It's just kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, but yeah, Ray Walston was a terrific actor, played My Favorite Martian for years. Had a good run on television. He and Bill Bixby did a great job. I grew up with those guys. They were my mentors in many ways. My surrogate fathers. So Ray Walston had this show where he lived in his this apartment with Bill Bixby, and nobody ever wondered why two guys were living together. They never thought for a second that they were gay. And they weren't. It wasn't like The Odd Couple where they really were gay. Ray Walston was more like a fatherly character, and Bill Bixby was like a young bachelor kind of guy. They were rooming together in an apartment, and it was fantastic. Now my brain size is much larger than his, which means my intelligence capacity is much greater. But the prototype worked just fine. The human beings began to believe that My Favorite Martian was ready for the final big screen. And that's when it occurred to them that they needed a person who was real. And here I am. Yeah, the thing is, you want to stay away from Hollywood. Hollywood's not the place for a guy like you, Blue Raven. I would consider you more of a Carmel guy or Monterey. I'm amazed you hang out in New Mexico and Arizona, Colorado. Have you seen that fence that Trump is building in Colorado? No one knows why he's building the fence. Excuse me. All right, so we've got the message here. Both Zionists in the Democratic and Republican Party both want to grope women. We've established that. All right, thank you. Yeah, totally cool special effects, Yeah, I'm wondering if Richard Branson is going to invite Greta Thunberg to go live with him in that island of his. Wouldn't that be kind of an interesting thing? Richard Branson decides to offer Greta Thunberg a place to live eco-friendly in his island. Remember when he offered the kids to stay in his bunker during the hurricane? You're good friends with Brandon Jack Cruz, of courtship of late. Are you serious? Are you serious? That is great. You're good friends with Brandon Jack Cruz of courtship of Eddie's father. Oh, that chat room celebrity, really, you really do know some people. That was Eddie Corbett. Yeah, he was really a fun character, and you know what a great natural actor that kid was. Yeah, Brandon Cruz. Wow, I wonder what he looks like today. Brandon Cruz. Checking. Data search, Brandon Cruz, 2019. Trump turned Colorado into a huge FEMA camp. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I seriously wouldn't doubt it. He meant, we're building a big fence in Colorado. He was just lending people to believe that. He looks a little like George W. Bush. There he is. Oh, Brandon. There you go. You do look, wow, you're an amazing guy. George W., you could almost pass for him, but better looking than George W., I will say. Yeah, that's great. What a great show that was. Bill Bixby was like a surrogate dad for me, and I can tell you, you know, he died of prostate cancer, but Bill had an illustrious career. Serious, you grew up near Venice as well? Really? I didn't know Brandon grew up in Venice, California. Excellent, dude. So it's not Chat Room Celebrity, it's Happy Hour. Cool. Yeah, he probably know the old stomping ground I used to grow up in. Walter Reed Medical Center. Melania did not know. She's caught off guard that Trump had the surprise visit Saturday. Thought maybe he might have had a heart attack. Oh, Melania, you smell so good. It reminds me of that perfume that Ivanka wears. You feel like Ivanka too. I mean, you look and feel, you smell like her. Ooh. President Donald Trump and his First Lady Melania Trump said his wife, First Lady Melania, was caught off guard by a surprise visit Saturday to Walter Reed. This humanizes him. This doesn't make him look like a real monster looking for dirt on his opponent. Thank you very much. My wife said, darling, are you okay? What's wrong? Oh, they're reporting you may have had a heart attack. I said, why did I have a heart attack? Because you went to Walter Reed Medical Center, Trump recounted at his Tuesday cabinet meeting. I think the post-nasal drip is now in his lungs. On Saturday, the White House press secretary, Stephanie Grissom, boy, we hardly even know who she is, decided to go to Walter Reed and kind of get a head start with some routine checkups as part of his annual exam, she said. He blasted reporters claiming they were dangerous and corrupt for raising questions. Oh, it's all fake news about my trip to the hospital. 120-year-old photograph sparks Greta Thunberg conspiracy theories. Whoa. You mean Greta is a time traveler? Whoa, that's even more weird. Ooh, how dare you? She does sound kind of dated. You got to go. Okay, take care. Check the bathroom out at Walmart. Do one final take. Splash some water over your head, and you're on your way. You're going to get a King Super, grab chicken, drive 3 hours back to New Mexico. You're amazing, man. I don't know how you do it. Here's the... Well, you take it easy. Drive safely. Keep in touch. Thank you. All right. Yeah, that'll be cool. Thunberg conspiracy theories. Okay. 3 children operate a rocker at a gold mine at Dominion Creek, Yukon Territory, 1898. Wow, she's impressive, but she's not that impressive. Depicting a girl who bears an uncanny resemblance to Greta Thunberg. The photo unearthed from archives of the University of Washington shows 3 children working at a gold mine in Canada, including a girl wearing Thunberg's signature braid and stoic expression. All right. You're right. Boy, that is weird. That kind of gives me the goosebumps, you know? It's like, woo. Yeah, check that out. That is freaky. Now you're talking. If only we knew if these people were real or they were imposters. I'll try to figure that out. I'll get back to you as soon as I return to my spaceship. Could this possibly be a time traveler named Greta Thunberg? She certainly looks like it. Hang on, we'll get there. Oh, Greta. We're gonna have to do some Christmas songs for Greta. Where are you, Greta? Are you being cared for, Greta? Something very kind and loving, not in a weird way. Okay, let's compare her to the fetal alcohol picture. Wow. We have a match. What do you think, folks? I think there could be something to this. I'm beginning to think that there's something wrong with David. Is David really human? Or is he a Martian? I don't know. But we'll find out as soon as I get back to my spaceship. Time travel is very safe for the environment. Yes, it's green friendly, time travel is. I don't think it's appropriate to worry about the loud music and smoking weed. Well, once you start going down the road to ruin with your neighbors, man, it's going to be hell. You'll be spending more time messing with your neighbors. Best not to talk to your neighbors or do anything with your neighbors. For real. Especially if you're in a closed environment. Here's a side-by-side time traveler. Wow. There is a comparison right here. This is rather unique, and thank you for bringing this to my attention. Yeah, I'm impressed. Of course, these are standard features of most Mongoloid children. So, I mean, fetal alcohol children. So, I argue that this is not a time traveler. This is just another fetal alcohol baby. And back in the 1890s, that was the booming 1890s, a lot of people were drinking. In fact, many people had fetal alcohol babies back in the 1890s. I'll take it from experience. You didn't live through that time period. Why don't you talk about Saddam's Stargate? Okay, what would you like to talk about? The Saddam Stargate, located in Baghdad, currently has one occupant. What would you like to say? There's a dude living there. He's asking some serious questions.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Whoa. Yeah. I totally was wondering about the Stargate, dude. So, like, for sure, like, you know, like, for sure, like, they got the Stargate when they attacked Iraq, dude. And then you entered another dimension. You're traveling through another dimension. You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension of both sight and sound, of both things and ideas. Your next stop, the Matrix. We now return to our regular programming. So you just went on a trip, you didn't even know it. Okay, we're done talking about this fetal alcohol baby and the one from the 1890s. I'm not going to go there and claim that she's a reincarnation of anything. You are not from that dimension. You are a clone. I told you. You are a transplant. You have no soul. You're simply a clone. I've been trying to groom you to understand who you are. Not all of you, just this guy on the show called Please Mr. David. It is strange, but don't worry about it. A lot of children look the same way. Yes. It's not unusual for people to look the same way over time. Da 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 da. Yeah, I'm not going to run with that story. It's adding more mystery to the Greta theory, but I'll leave that one clip for archiving. Are you serious, dude? You were like in Iraq in 2008 and you saw the Stargate with your own eyes? Whoa, that's pretty cool. Well, I heard that Baghdad was a source of one of the Stargates, which align the metaphysical universe with a time travel continuum that gives us the ability to jettison off the planet rather quickly. You were in Iraq? No, you're cloned. You were not in Iraq in 2008. But I believe one sec patriot. I don't think he's lying. So what did the Stargate look like? Yeah. Yeah, was it like a dome or something, or? Hey, do you remember when the Mina Mecca, Saudi Arabia incident occurred in 2015? Many people believe a tactical weapon was used, much like a Stargate, and which 2,000 people died. They claimed that the death toll was from suffocation and crushed during the Hajj pilgrimage in Mina Mecca. But estimates death of 2,411 people died. Nobody can explain really why they were all trampled to death. And there are no photographs, which is strange. There's no absolute photographs of the event after the death. Yeah. So there's no bodies, nothing. Not one photo. This is the only photograph they have on the internet. And this is a dated picture just showing people the vigil going across the bridge in 2011. But why aren't there any photographs of the 2015 massacre? Because everyone was boiled alive. That's why. There's only one logical conclusion. They were boiled alive by some sort of a beam energy force. That's the theory. Hey, I'm just talking about 2,400 people. Hey, there were a lot more people who died in Haiti when a directed energy weapon was possibly used against the Haitian people. Oh, it looks like the Stargate in that movie? Okay, cool. I'll have to check it out. I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, I've heard there's some truth to the Stargate theory. I mean, when you look at the Egyptian temples and pyramids and hieroglyphs, did you know that there's a place in... This is going to freak you out, but... I mean, if you're interested in some cover-ups over the years, there have been some major cover-ups. The pyramids of the Grand Canyon. I'm going to take you to Whiskey Tango, Texas, and we're going to take a look at the WhiskeyTangoTexas.com site. And this is really interesting. The pyramids of the Grand Canyon is off-limits areas and of Egyptian relics. Well, yeah, St. Louis Arch, actually St. Louis is built on a mound system. No, we haven't talked about the guards yet. Thank you. Ooh, there's something interesting. Yeah, there's this sort of the part of the Stargate right there. Whoa. Yeah, I believe it's possible. I'm not doubting your veracity, sir. Yeah, I'm not calling it some sort of a nonsensical story either.
Developments in the investigation into death of Jeffrey Epstein in prison. 2 federal corrections officers are now facing charges. And Mola Lenghi reports on what we learned today about Epstein's final hours before his suicide.
Federal investigators say Tova Noel and Michael Thomas failed to perform mandatory checks on convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, even though his cell was just 15 feet away. Instead, prosecutors allege the 2 officers sat at their desk, browsed the internet, and moved around the common area of the facility for 8 hours, then falsified documents saying they actually conducted the required half-hour checks.
It is rare to see guards in the Bureau of Prisons be held accountable in a criminal court for felonies. This is a big deal.
Epstein, arrested on July 6th, was being held at MCC while awaiting trial on federal sex trafficking charges. According to the indictment, at approximately 6:33, an alarm was activated. Epstein was alone in his cell and not responsive, with a noose around his neck. Today in Washington, the director of the Bureau of Prisons faced questions about the investigation into Epstein's death in one of her facilities.
There's got to be either major malfunction of the system or a criminal enterprise at foot to allow this to happen. So are you looking at both? Is the FBI looking at both?
If the FBI is involved, then they are looking at criminal enterprise, yes.
The union representing the two officers, who both pleaded not guilty today, say that the charges sidestep the larger problem of chronic understaffing in federal prisons.
So they would use that as an excuse to cover for Jeffrey Epstein. And I understand they got him out of there. According to a couple of witnesses that have posted various statements on 4chan during the time that it happened, so there's no way it could have been fake. One of the witnesses posted information that they saw a white van arrive and a guy in green military fatigues pull a body in and take a body out. There's a body built in the big mound. They found what I predict was a chamber, 6-foot piece of non-segmented Vermont marble at 6 foot non-segmented. Wow, Vermont marble, solid through the mound. Interesting. Tumtardo. Monk's Mound. I didn't know about Monk's Mound. Yeah, but anyway, this story about the pyramids of Grand Canyon is fascinating. Yeah, I'll show it to you just briefly. I'll give you guys the link too. It's really interesting. It's an Isis temple Egyptians put in. Now that would predate Columbus by about 10,000 years. Well, I'm sure Michael Jackson's alive too, so don't worry about it. But here's an amazing pyramid-like structure in the middle of the Grand Canyon. It looks so symmetrical that you have to wonder how could that have happened in nature. Well, apparently it didn't. It's an Isis temple with a curved wall at a 90-degree angle into the temple. Look at this. Now, why is the government not talking about this? Good question. Yeah. What are they hiding? You know, one of the things that I found the government is, it pretends to be all-knowing, and it's not. It's like your doctor. He pretends to have a cure for your illness. He doesn't necessarily. It's kind of a hocus pocus. Here's Hillary's reaction to the prison guard arrests. Exactly. Trying to make sure I didn't eat any cat hair. Good. It's a Giphy in a jiffy. Yep. So she knows everything. She probably knows exactly what happened to Epstein. If she could talk, if only we could get Hillary to get hooked up to a lie detector test, can you imagine what she would say? I can't. I can only imagine what Donald Trump would say. I doubt he'd tell us the truth, even if he was hooked up to a lie detector. Well, Jackson didn't necessarily do the same crime that Epstein did. We know that Epstein's did a lot more than Jackson, if indeed Jackson did anything. That's why I argue that Jackson may have covered up his death. Yeah, there's ample evidence that there could be some sort of truth to that. A lot of people don't really know about what people are, who people are. I mean, there's all kinds of rumors that Jackson is making tours around. I don't really want to play Michael Jackson videos for you, so I'm kind of at a loss here. And I have it in the download section. I'll play you one. This is a theory that this guy is Michael Jackson with a face mask on. Yeah, so I don't know. That does look a lot like him. It has the same facial features as Michael Jackson. It clearly he's wearing a face mask. And he's posed with the Jackson brothers too, as well. So it adds some credibility to the whole thing. You know, so hard to say though. It is kind of creepy though that Michael could have faked his death. He was experimenting with a lot of face makeup toward the end there. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, David, we know. We know what's really going on. We know that you're just pretending to be David Sponheim, when in fact, you're Michael Jackson. No, I can't even lower my voice to the point where he... I think the face work was very good. Yes. You can hardly even tell. I wish I could buy my Neverland Ranch in receivership. I understand that it's currently in foreclosure. I'll bet Michael Jackson will try to buy his Neverland Ranch soon, under a disguised name. It's probably his new identity. Actually, I preceded Max Headroom, Reptoid. Yeah, I came out 2 years before him, on stage at the Comedy Store, with his act. So I just didn't call it Max Headroom. Somebody else called that name Max Headroom. Back to the hearing.
And it's also made clear if they want the White House meeting, and ultimately if they want $400 million in U.S. aid, this is what they have to do. The only lament I hear from my colleagues is it wasn't successful. They got caught. They didn't get the political investigations, and they still had to release the money. Now, they still haven't gotten the White House meeting, but they had to release the money because a whistleblower blew the whistle. Whistleblower the president wants to punish. And because Congress announced it was doing investigations, and very soon thereafter, the president was forced to lift the hold on the aid. They argue, well, this makes it okay that it was a failed effort to bribe Ukraine, a failed effort to extort Ukraine. That doesn't make it better. It's no less odious because it was discovered and it was stopped.
Thank goodness they did stop it. Trump was giving Ukraine no way out. They were weakening them against the Russians and catering to the Russians and giving the Russians credence by making it seem like they'd never even affected our election. Donald Trump has denied that our election was affected by the Russians. It's crazy. So then adding insult to injury, trying to stop Ukraine from even having the money necessary to fight Russia on the front is really, really sad. A lot of people died more unnecessarily because Trump delayed the funding to Ukraine. One a week, they say. And ironically, that came from our top diplomat, William Taylor, who actually said he was on the front line and he saw Ukrainians die. He saw their bodies being carried away at the Russian front. There's an actual area the size of Texas that Russia and Ukraine are fighting for constantly. And there's parity there only because we've had the weapons necessary to give them to defend against the Soviets. Without that, Ukraine would never have stood a chance. So Donald Trump jeopardized the line we have with our allies, Ukraine, in stopping Russian oppression. I'm not going to broaden my horizons. This is a political show. You're not here for fun and games, man. You need to go away. The Russians are here. I was in D.C. Thank you for another Truth Tuesday. 2 minute, 59 second. I was in D.C. last summer and I walked by two young couples, about 25 to 28. Both were speaking in Russian. And I bet they didn't expect anyone to hear them. They say there's over 10,000 secret spies in Washington, D.C. right now, as we speak. We're in jeopardy, and you Republicans are making this incredibly hard by constantly siding with Trump, even though he's been proven wrong time and time again. And every single time we've seen his attempt to undermine our relations with these countries in favor of Russia, you guys are going, no, it's all a Russian hoax, and you're repeating the same crap that Trump has brainwashed you into saying. Why does Howie Mandel keep showing his face? I don't know any Howie Mandel here, man. That's Howie from whatever. He's some guy who thinks that his mom, it's okay for him to live in his mom's apartment. Yeah. I guess his mom has him convinced that he's normal. Okay, we're going to take a look at this animal navigate a cage, and you'll see a lot of similarities between this animal and your life. Let's take a look. Okay, I'm having a problem because that's not an ape, that's a dude in a black outfit. I'll play this later. I have no idea what that is. But whatever it is, it looks exciting. Yeah, the life of a caged animal. Yeah, it should be a new sitcom on TV. David, I lived on my own since I was 17. Nice try. Can you do Mr. Rogers? I think I can. Well, gosh, I guess you did live on your own, self. Did your parents give you an allowance? Would you like to get an allowance to make life a little easier, Howie? Well, you read 1,000 books on the shelf there. You like to read. Are you a good reader? Would you like to be my neighbor? I don't want you as a neighbor, Howie. Hey, neighbor, won't you be my neighbor? So I think we're done with that. And since you don't want to talk about politics, what do you want to talk about? Anybody? Hey. Apes might know that you don't know what they know. This sounds like an E.E. Cummings poem. Apes might know that you don't know what they know. They know something you don't know, and that's why they know it. I don't believe you read 1,000 books, nor do I believe that you even read. Yeah, your spelling is a little bit poor. Your grammar sucks. Did you know that Antarctica is actually a luscious green land, but it's surrounded by a belt of ice? I know, and did you know that there's no photographs and it's completely off limits to go to Antarctica? Mr. Rogers is very upset, but be very gentle, as Mr. Rogers would be about Trump's. It's a conversation between Trump and Mr. Rogers. Well, Mr. Rogers, I need a little pep talk. I'm here to impress you. I hardly think so. 4 key impeachment witnesses testify. The hearsay witnesses are gone. Now the people who heard the speakerphone are up and running. Coming up tomorrow. Vindman has testified. Jennifer Williams has testified. Kurt Volker has testified. And Tim Morrison has testified. I can't wait till Bolton makes the next trip.
At no time was I aware of or knowingly took part in an effort to urge Ukraine to investigate former Vice President Biden. As you know from the extensive real-time documentation I have provided, Vice President Biden was not a topic of our discussions. I was not on the July 25th phone call between President Trump and President Zelensky. I was not made aware of any reference to Vice President Biden or his son by President Trump until the transcript of that call was released on September 25th, 2019. During over 2 years of my tenure as U.S. Special Representative, we fundamentally turned U.S. policy around.
So all I know is I know nothing? This is like Schultz on Hogan's Heroes. I know nothing? I know nothing? Yeah, this is Ambassador Volker.
U.S. policy toward Ukraine was strong, consistent, and enjoyed support across the administration, bipartisan support in Congress, and support among our allies and Ukraine. Despite the unanimous positive assessment and recommendations of those of us who were part of the U.S. presidential delegation that attended the inauguration of President Zelensky, President Trump was receiving a different negative narrative about Ukraine and President Zelensky. That narrative was fueled by accusations from Ukraine's then Prosecutor General and conveyed to the president by former Mayor Rudy Giuliani. I made clear to the Ukrainians that Mayor Giuliani was a private citizen, the president's personal lawyer, and not representing the U.S. government. Likewise, in my conversations with Mayor Giuliani, I never considered him to be speaking on the president's behalf or giving instructions. Rather, the information flow was the other way, from Ukraine to Mayor Giuliani, in the hopes that this would clear up the information reaching President Trump. As a professional diplomat, I was comfortable exploring whether there was a statement Ukraine could make about its own intentions to investigate possible corruption that would be helpful in convincing Mr. Giuliani to convey to President Trump a more positive assessment of the new leadership in Ukraine. On August 16th, Mr. Yermak shared a draft with me, which I thought looked perfectly reasonable. It did not mention Burisma or 2016 elections, but was generic. Ambassador Sondland and I had a further conversation with Mr. Giuliani, who said that in his view, in order to be convincing that this government represented real change in Ukraine, the statement should include specific reference to Burisma and 2016. Again, there was no mention of Vice President Biden in these conversations. As I previously testified, I have known Vice President Biden for 24 years. He is an honorable man, and I hold him in the highest regard. In hindsight, I now understand that others saw the idea of investigating possible corruption involving the Ukrainian company Burisma as equivalent to investigating former Vice President Biden. I saw them as very different, the former being appropriate and unremarkable, the latter being unacceptable. In retrospect, I should have seen that connection differently, and had I done so, I would have raised my own objections.
Well, you certainly got your objection time now. Thank you, Volker. Well, he kind of contradicts the narrative that the Democrats are saying slightly. Even though some people have heard Biden at other times on the phone, he didn't, and he just heard Burisma. I think it's kind of funny how we're taking anecdotal information from various people and trying to piece it all together. That much I find disturbing, in that Donald Trump never had any conversations recorded. And I must remind all of you that Donald Trump has never recorded any conversations he's had, over 14 hours of conversations he's had with Vladimir Putin. You can talk about a lot of things in 14 hours, and we have no idea what he said. And I need to remind you that he brought the Russian diplomats into his Oval Office the day after he fired Comey, just to have a meet and greet with the TASS news agency secretly videotaping it. And to this day, we have yet to see that videotape. It's sealed in Russia. Why would Donald Trump invite the TASS news agency to come and sit with him the day after he fired Comey to stop the investigation into him? How is that not obstruction of justice at the highest level? The answer is it's classic obstruction of justice. I'm not contradicting myself at all. You're having a hard time, like that Melko character, of understanding a kind of a centrist perspective. Sad, really. Yeah, but we're getting the corruption coming out. We're getting the corruption coming out of the Democratic Party. That's great. I think the Republicans should flush that out. This is their opportunity to shine. But all of these point to Donald Trump trading info on Biden for a $400 million gift package of foreign aid. Here's Trump on what people are saying about his Walter Reed visit.
I went for a physical on Saturday. My wife said, "Oh, darling, that's wonderful," because I had some extra time. Because it looks like January could be a busy month if she's able to get the vote, which she should be able to. Woman's highly overrated. Woman is highly incompetent. And if she's able to get the vote, so maybe she'll get it by using USMCA, but I went for a physical. And I came back. My wife said, "Darling, are you okay? What's wrong?" "Oh, they're reporting you may have had a heart attack." I said, why did I have a heart attack? Because you went to Walter Reed Medical Center. That's where we go when we get the physicals. I said, I was only there for a very short period of time. I went, did a very routine, just a piece of it, the rest of it takes place in January, did a very routine physical, visited the family, visited a couple of groups, but visited the family of a young soldier who was very badly injured, who was in the operating room. I toured the hospital for a little while. I was out of there very quickly. I got back home. And I get greeted with the news that we understand you had a heart attack. I was called by our people in public relations. Sir, are you okay? I said, okay from what? The word is you had a heart attack. CNN said you may have had a heart attack. You had massive chest pains. You went to the hospital. These people are sick. They're sick. And the press really in this country is dangerous. We don't have freedom of the press in this country. We have the opposite. We have a very corrupt media. And I hope they can get their act straight now, because it's very, very bad and very, very dangerous for our country. Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Okay, I hope he had that facial cancer removed as well. Yeah. I'm convinced that Donald Trump is guilty, as you know, and of all kinds of things. And just starting with conflict of interest breaches left and right, making $110 million in the White House per year as opposed to $400,000, making it off of our Secret Service agents prancing around the country, following him from golf park to golf park, where they have to stay in his hotels. It's amazing how
like this, like this.
Okay, thanks. I don't know. Yeah, he is right. The press is toxic in America, but he's hiding under the guise of having nonstop free press. Donald Trump has had more free press than anyone. And I need to remind all of you that I've had none. If anyone's going to call out the press as being the worst censored in the country, it would be me, not him. The press is working him over on things that he came in with baggage that he carried into the White House. If you walked in with bags full of crap, don't you think people are going to say something smells around here? That's what Donald Trump did. He doesn't know how to get under their skin. He basically is the guilty party, and he's denying everything. It's all a hoax, it's all Russian. He's even denying that Russia rigged our election, and our top intelligence community has completely agreed on this, and that's not the deep state. That's everybody in our intelligence community has agreed that Russia has definitely rigged the election in favor. Russia has definitely rigged the election in favor of Trump. Now, Trump knew that going in, according to the Mueller report. We should now hear the 9% of the Mueller report that was redacted. We're going to get more information. The 9% has been held back because of the Roger Stone trial, so hopefully more info will come out about what was held back. What I've been convinced of all along is his answer of denying everything and then attacking the messengers throughout this whole case is absolute proof of guilt. Now, if we were going to judge him in the court of public opinion, Donald Trump has behaved guilty from the get-go, trying to stop the questioning process by firing Comey, meeting with the corrupt Russians privately the next day with a secret video camera of it, never releasing any photos or video or transcripts of his meetings with Putin. Secret. Getting all bent out of shape when a whistleblower who was assigned to his case was listening in on his secret conversations on a cell phone, which was not recorded by any means of a conversation he was having with Zelensky. I get doubting Thomases in the room almost all the time. Yeah, I live in a world of doubting Thomases everywhere I go. Hey, Joe. Yeah, well, I'm the one who's going to talk about swattings, not you. You never were swatted. Yeah. 126. Okay, this is PBS. It shows a picture of the president walking down the street with a Secret Service agent with a fake tactical arm. This is kind of funny. I saw this when it first happened, when he was first appointed. Now, he was not elected by a popular vote, but rather the Electoral College was rigged by the Russians to get this guy to the presidency. And now he's manipulating our foreign policy to favor Russia. And you Republicans better open your eyes soon, or we're in trouble. Yeah, he definitely has a fake tactical arm right here, this guy. Yeah, definitely he's carrying something underneath that fake tactical arm, yeah. Well, it could have been like some people have arms fully loaded with MAC-10s in both arms so that they can walk out, they can open up to defend the president. I'm not saying what they have under their coat, but yeah, so we've been lied to, and then now you guys have chomped on those words: fake news, Russian hoax, scam. It's terrible. You've been buying into the crap without even listening to any of the meetings with any of the things that Adam Schiff has laid out for all of you to hear. You've already prejudged Adam Schiff and thought, well, he's a bad guy. There's nothing good about that. Shifty Schiff. But I ask you, how come Donald Trump has not made an issue of George Soros' relative, Adam Schiff? How come he's never outed Adam Schiff for having a relative named George Soros, who funded his campaign? We never saw a single thing from Donald Trump on that note. Nothing. Yeah, I think there's something very, very smelly about that. Adam Schiff has connections to the Soros. I'm not in any way a big lover of Adam Schiff, or of anybody for that matter who's simply a cog in the wheel. But these people have years of respected service. They don't come at us with this guy, William Taylor, may have a connection to George Soros as well. But again, he has a solid, stellar background, and with no spot on his record, you've got to listen to these people, and they're all saying the same thing. Trump did a quid pro quo deal. Period. And it's going to come forth that this is what the Democrats, Republicans in the House are going to decide upon. And if the ruling is impeachment, so be it. The real question is, will this go to the trial stage in the Senate, and will the Senate have an open or a closed vote? Now, there are 3 Republicans who are right on the verge, could very easily flip, and that's all they need is a simple majority to get a closure of the vote and get a sealed vote. If the Republicans and Democrats have a sealed vote, they're more likely to vote their conscience. Not right, Hillary? That's right. How come Hillary was not prosecuted by Donald Trump? That's why I keep saying Donald Trump is deep state. Trump snorted Adderall all through the days of Apprentice, according to a former Apprentice staffer, Noel Cassier. Trump snorts Adderall, really, Reptoid? Thanks for telling me. I didn't know. Well, we don't have any evidence of Donald Trump's use of Adderall. Hi, Marina. Welcome. We have no knowledge of his use of Adderall other than evidence of Donald Trump snorting something, like maybe mucus in his nose. During the debates with Hillary, one of the debates was the worst. He had 136 sniffles noted, which is not something to sniffle about.
She was down in Palm Beach. I moved on her, and I failed. I'll admit it. Whoa. I did try and fuck her. She was married.
That's huge news there.
No, Nancy. Yeah. No, this was, and I moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. She wanted to get some furniture. I said, I'll show you where they have some nice furniture. I took her out furniture. I moved on her like a bitch, but I couldn't get there, and she was married. And all of a sudden, I see her. She's now got the big phony tits and everything. She's totally changed her look.
She's your girl's hot as shit. In the purple.
Whoa.
Yes.
Whoa.
Yes, Nadal has scored.
Whoa.
Oh, my man. Wait, you gotta look at me when you get out. You're like,
That is
will
very
you give me the thumbs up?
You are.
You gotta put the thumbs up. You gotta get the thumbs up. Can't be too happy.
Yeah, let me just very funny. You and I will work it. Maybe it's a different one.
Better not be the publicist. No, it's her.
Yeah, that's it, with the gold. I'm gonna use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the pussy.
All right, Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes. How do you heal the divide?
Yeah, so, yeah. Why exactly do you Republicans support this guy again? I'm trying to figure that out. What's wrong with you? You really believe he's stopping the deep state when he couldn't even prosecute this woman, and she looks guilty as hell? Bill Gates backs startup uses AI to create solar rays hot enough to melt steel. That's cool. If only he could reveal why he was at Pedo Island with Jeffrey Epstein all those times. Bill, if you're listening, I want to know why you were at Pedo Island with Jeffrey Epstein. Whoa, he's using solar concentrators to melt steel. That's special. We'll play that on, we'll play that on the upcoming Technology Thursday show. Funny.
Excuse me, where's the lobby?
Trump in Home Alone. Oh, I'll play that later. Okay. So we've had all the indications that Trump is a lying, cheating, deceiving, adulterous man who never ever admitted to having sex with Stormy Daniels to his wife, and now acts like he has a very cozy relationship with Melania, who, by the way, he calls it. That's what people in the White House say. He refers to her as it. But whenever it's convenient, she's right there by his side. Or normally she's on the other West Wing, completely isolated from him and never talks to him. Unless she has to make a cameo, in which she's required to. Boy, you people really buy the BS, don't you? You know, supporting Fox is not going to help you in this country fight the Russians. If you realize that the Russian involvement in our election is real, then you realize that they wanted Trump in office to control all of his policies. And you know, he didn't implement any sanctions for over a year and a half. He alienated our NATO allies big time, to the point where they almost think they need their own military force now. He ruined our relationship, Donald did, with China, and has left us pretty much threadbare in terms of where we're going from there. And his China experience was disaster.
Let's say China. 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 You go over to China. 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 You take China. 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 I love them. China. 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 I have to have my China. China. China because China. 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 China.
China. Yeah, Joe, your legalization stance sucks. Unless you start coming out right now in the news saying you're rethinking legalization and you're supporting it, then you're not going to make the VP, you're not going to get to the Democratic top of the list. I'm so sorry to tell you, Joe. But you're blowing it. VP Joe Biden in the room. You need to go ahead and expose Warren and her Cherokee Indian thing big time. And you also need to embrace legalization. Well, if you don't do those two things, you're not going to win the nomination. I'm just telling you. It's a numbers game, man. If you don't lay into Warren on the Cherokee thing and embrace legalization, you're going to be at 17% the whole time. I mean, Buttigieg beat you in the new Iowa straw poll. I mean, come on. Buttigieg, We need a man to run the country, not some homosexual who absolutely thinks that his wife could probably handle it, her husband could handle it. I mean, we have a real problem with Buttigieg. And you're not solving the problem by not going after Warren on the Cherokee Indian thing. So get started, change the dialectic here, move forward, or just get mowed over and, you know, be one of the has-been guys who are going to run for president. Yeah, you're not really cutting it right now, Joe. I hate to be so blunt, but I muted you earlier because you just have to get serious. Why aren't you making a big issue about the Warren thing? Well, I'm sorry that they have more political powers working for them. Now is the time to seize the issues that I'm talking about. If you don't want to do the legalization thing and just say it's not going to be punishable offense, decriminalized, that's fine. But if you don't attack Cherokee Indian status on Elizabeth Warren, she will overtake you in numerous states. She's offering free money for college for everybody. She's offering free money for anybody. She's just offering free everything. She's beating you on lying right now, Joe. And I don't want you to be a liar. I'm just saying and you're calling her on that, saying her assessments on how much Medicare for all will cost are whacked out. You're right. She's wrong about everything. But there is a possibility that Hillary could be running soon. And if she gets in the race, this should be a game changer. That's right. I don't care about your Microsoft refunds. They're absolute. They are absolute scams. And I muted you for 5 minutes because I don't want to hear you scamming people anymore. I agree. I'm all for the troll vote, but I'm not a troll. I'm the real deal. I'm a guy trying to fight for this country for the past 11 years and haven't had 1 second of media time. I'm the real deal. You can't get better than this. And the reason why I keep doing it is because I'm laughing in their face. They think they can stop me. They can't even get close. But can they alter the course of our country's future by stopping a grassroots movement on the internet? Yeah, they can. How long can they hold out? I don't know. Well, what about you and Hillary running together, VP Joe? What if you take the lead and she goes in as your VP? Do you think that would be a winning ticket? You get your votes, you're the lead patriarch, she accepts her VP position. I don't like Hillary or Donald or any of the Democrats or Republicans on a general rule. Joe said, I'll never have Hillary as my VP. Okay, that's understandable. Well, just pick me for your vice president position and we'll take this Democratic Party to the top. Let's open it wide open, man. I'll compromise and we'll work on everything we can put together. You're still my favorite, Joe, of the Democrats. You know that. I just look at Pete Buttigieg, and I just can't help but wonder what's it going to be like with a president who you don't know if he's got a large dildo up his ass at any given time. How can we trust a person who we can't even tell if he's like an aggressive homosexual? I don't really mind having a gay in our office for president. We had Barack Obama for years and he was married to a transgender, but you got to wonder about somebody who's had a cush existence and literally hand coddled to the point where he ran for office by his rich family. And then and here we have a gay guy running for president. Boy, this country will pick Donald Trump in 2020, I guess, even if he's not even running. Well, of course you call him butt plug. I think that's great, Joe. When you spent your time waxing the Tornado, was it a 75 Tornado? Drinking your Pabst Blue Ribbon? You literally reeked of America. I loved it. I just love the fact that you're a blue collar guy and you have a very similar approach to everything. And I even look like your son, so I think you could choose me as your VP before Donald does. It'd be the best thing you could possibly do. I personally think that Adam Schiff is working for George Soros. I'm absolutely convinced of it. But I believe that Trump is a Russian spy. And he's definitely deeper in it than Adam Schiff is. I like Adam Schiff's delivery. I think he's very controlled. I don't really think he's bad for the position as chairman of this impeachment hearing. I think Nadler was a little too old, but I think Adam Schiff is carrying it very well. Your friends on Twitch left. Well, that's cool. I'm glad you hung out. We don't always service our Twitch clientele. Buttgig will whoop Pocahontas. Well, I'm not undervaluing 10% of the population that would vote for Buttgig because they're gay. I'm concerned about the people that have nobody else to vote for in the Democratic Party with no chance of a young guy coming up. You need somebody to back you up, Joe. You need a guy who can give you that kind of youthful appearance, because Buttgig, believe it or not, is winning on just the young male ingenue thing in the Democratic Party. The only guy out there besides you. Oh, except for Bernie. Sorry, Bernie. Yeah. Well, I don't think Warren or Buttgig could pull either state in a run against Trump, but we do know that Joe Biden has been checked and cross-checked against the polls and can beat Donald Trump. We do know that. And I want to say that at this point, we don't have any solid proof that Donald Trump and Joe Biden are guilty of anything at this point. It looks like Donald Trump did what Joe Biden did, or tried to do what Joe Biden did. It looks like Giuliani wanted to get in on some of that money that Hunter Biden had. It does look like it was a financial move. They say it was less political and more financial what Giuliani was doing in Ukraine. But say we cancel both of those out and say, yeah, both parties have corruption possibilities. Both parties were doing the same damn quid pro quo. Say we cancel that out. We're in a chess game, and we both took out both players, and they're both out. We're left with our knight and our queen. Well, you put Buttgig in there, and you really got a queen up against Trump. He would never win against Trump. The American people would vote Trump hands down over Buttgig. But Biden, no. Biden has got that gentrified approach. He's level-headed so far as he's managed affairs for 8 years as vice president. He's a good fallback position for a country that's had nothing but nonstop tweeterinis all over the place, from Donald the tweetaholic. And I think that Biden would actually fit well into that scenario of stabilizing our country. But I don't think he can win without somebody new and fresh to go with him. Now, if Biden were to jump on board with another person outside of the realm of the Democratic Party, it would even be a stronger hold over the independent votes. And it would bring more people in from the independent realm. I don't think the Democrats can beat him otherwise. There's a lot of people right now who are in the independent realm who are just leaning toward QAnon, and they would never vote Democrat. But unless they had somebody who's actually capturing the concerns that they have about the deep state, then they'd be interested. So that's a huge sector of voting power. And I agree. Before you helped your son get a job, you had no idea that Burisma was corrupt. Exactly. Joe Muskie, really? You're smelling him now, Howie? But I'm not in the belief that at this point that we're going to be able to fix this problem of corruption in the two parties unless we start to see the emergence of a third party of some sort. But, you know, we don't have to have a third party. We can just have a third party candidate. That's the important thing. Back in the day, Gary Hart had a sex scandal, and Gary Hart was going to be the third party presidential candidate to hit the country. He's still around. He was very attractive and spoke well. And he had a scandal so small and incidental by Donald Trump's level of the Stormy Daniels thing and the Karen McDougal thing. His meeting in a motel with a woman out of a relationship with his wife, an extramarital affair, cost him the presidency. That was a big, huge turning point for Gary Hart. He could have been that person. He could have been the game changer back in the 70s. Mr. Howie is very disturbing. You'll have to tune him out, VP Joe. Yeah, he's a nonstop harasser in our show. And he's talking to you now about his stenches. He's a misogynist, Joe. He doesn't appreciate women like you. You obviously do. Joe, you did a thing with a lady named Lady Gaga. And it was a very effective little interview you had with her, where you talked about, abuse. And I just want to ask you a little brief clarification. Yeah, it's just a minor detail, really. It's legit, yeah. He met with Lady Gaga and they talked about how to prevent the kind of abuse that the Me Too generation is encountering. Here he is.
I'm here with not only a great friend, but a fierce advocate. Lady Gaga has been the voice for people who have been forgotten and people who have been abused. Until what happens to you, well, it happened to her. And she's shown enormous courage. And we want to make it real clear. It's on us, it's on everyone to intervene, to stop abuse when they see it and when they hear about it, to intervene. It's no man has a right to raise a hand to a woman for any reason other than self-defense, ever.
Sorry, I was muting myself. So it's okay to hit a woman? Is that right? Because I would never hit a woman. Well, Mr. Obama doesn't qualify as VP. Yeah, so it's okay to hit a woman other than self-defense? So, I mean, is it okay to hit a woman? I didn't think it was. But you're saying it's okay to hit a woman in self-defense? Is that right?
To intervene. It's no man has a right to raise a hand to a woman for any reason other than self-defense, ever, period.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't know that. And I want to commend you on your work to limit the amount of access that you've had to children. That's great. But there was a little situation over in Iowa that I think you may want to rethink. Just if you could tone it down a little bit, that'd be great. There's just a lot of people are thinking, it's like, what's going on? Were you like smelling her, or I mean, okay, kissing his head, I get that. Who doesn't want to kiss him? Well, that's pretty weird. But the smelling thing, I mean, I think that's what we're talking about. And then holding her toy, that was a little bit weird. All right, enough of that. We've had enough. Houston, we have a problem. Anyways, try to stay away from the children, Joe. So if a woman hits a guy, they have a right to defend themselves. I didn't know that. Yeah, you've never done anything bad. I got that. You were checking them to see if they had lice. They didn't. You can smell gunpowder. Okay, the scent of a child. You should do a sequel to Scent of a Woman. That would be a good movie for you. No, I'm just saying there's no allegations that stick on you regarding children, except of course that film you did with your daughter Ashley. Yeah, that's what I want to know about. Fanning the flames in California. Point 11. Wackadoodle weather. Wackadoodle weather. We've got wackadoodle weather going on, everybody. It's chemtrail central. Forecasts are all over the place. Oh my gosh. What will the winter be like for all of us? All right, take a few hits, come down back, and you'll be fine. Is there something wrong with my audio? Oh.
Hey folks, and welcome to another video from A Plain Truth for You. Well,
that looks like a crotch shot. I'm sorry, but that looks a little obscene, doesn't it? Am I the only one that thinks that's a crotch shot? Okay. Just grab her by the beep. A guy also has the right to use mace on a woman if she attacks him first. Well, you know, I never knew that. I was always told not to hit a woman, but you know, now I find out it's okay in self-defense. I didn't know that. This looks like the sky from hell.
Well, this was yesterday's news that they're going to be shutting off our power here again in some areas of Northern California, but not all, due to the wind. And typically it says here in this article.
Okay, I can't help but see a crotch shot there. I will play this later. It's weather modification central in California, and they're shutting power off, and they're still lighting on fire. Over 300 different lit fires happened in a 24-hour period, 2 weeks ago? All right, well, thanks for sharing your olfactory experience about your body, Hawk. Yeah, people who are smelling themselves. People who smell themselves are the luckiest people in the world. 4 key impeachment witnesses testify. Got that. Live updates. Volker and Morrison testify. We saw that. FBI probing if Jeffrey Epstein's death was a result of criminal enterprise. Why don't you just probe whether Jeffrey Epstein died? Because if they got his suicide wrong, chances are they didn't get him right. And need I remind you that Jeffrey Epstein never had a DNA test done on him. Michael Baden has said that Jeffrey Epstein was not checked for DNA. They don't even know if that was him. I'm not kidding. Bone chilling. Video examiner. Epstein's second coroner said no DNA test. So you know there's a big cover up there. He's still alive, folks. He didn't die. It's ridiculous. Epstein's medical examiner drops autopsy bombshell. No DNA test conducted to confirm Epstein's identity. Read them and weep, everybody. Yeah, nothing done to confirm it. Michael Baden's testimony is now public. I'm in a state of shock that our country's this incompetent. And thank you for that link, Scissor Fight. No DNA test was done on him. And a Saugus crisis actor has flipped a little bit here. Hang on. Oh, good. We got Jeffersonian Girl, more fakery out of the Saugus event. Yeah, that's good. As if things couldn't get any worse with China, they're flexing their might by sending an aircraft carrier into the South China Sea, pissing off a lot of people. Beijing called in Washington to stop flexing its muscles in disputed seas while sending in an aircraft carrier to defend their island they created. I mean, talk about ridiculous. Xi Jinping doesn't seem to be understanding of the situation in Hong Kong as well. He is now incarcerating people in internment camps. Anybody in Hong Kong who's been arrested. I'm going to show you some photographs right now. I saved the best for last, of course. I'm going to show you some photographs of human cargo being dumped into trains, be railed off to the education camps, or God knows what else is going to happen. I seem to be missing that link, unfortunately. Yeah, I had it last night, and unfortunately I don't have it anymore. I don't know what happened to it. I've got Howie Mandel dancing instead.
Like this, no, like this, no, this, no, this, no, this, no, this, no, okay.
Let me trace that story to see if I can find the Chinese enslavement of people in Hong Kong. One check, please. Hong Kong protesters. Campus under siege. They attacked a pregnant woman. Yeah, I must have lost the link from last night. We saw people being carted off to internment camps. I'm serious. Not exactly what you'd expect from Xi Jinping, considering Hong Kong is supposed to have their autonomous rule till 2047. Howie seems like a character. Yeah. Moment kidnapped girl 8 is rescued from hotel room. Bone-chilling video. Huh. Yeah, I don't want to go there. It's just too violent. I'll do it after the show. Okay, I think we're covered all the categories. I'm surprised I lost that last night. We did find out what chemtrails are. We asked AI, and sure enough, I played this earlier, but you may have missed it.
We all know that the Amazon Echo Dot makes a handy cup holder, but it's also useful for information. Alexa, what is a chemtrail?
Chemtrail. Trails left by aircraft are actually chemical or biological agents deliberately sprayed at high altitudes for a purpose undisclosed to the general public in clandestine programs directed by government officials.
I'm gonna need more coffee.
I hear you, buddy. That's a good one. I found a copy of the Clinton Cash video. Very good. It details the whole Haitian money handling. 5.4 billion came into the Clinton Foundation, and not one of it has been really accounted for. And it's something I would like to play. It's an hour long if I have time. I'm still working on it. And if you haven't seen this, this is a chemtrail video that deals with not chemtrails per se, but directed energy weapons. And right. Here is a weird Fox video that played, and I play it over and over again because it's so weird. And it's almost like this woman is bragging about how they're able to wipe people out, houses with laser weapons. It does seem like California fires have been hit with laser weapons. It really does. I mean, the temperature of most of these houses were like 3,000 degrees when they burned down.
Lasers sound like the stuff of science fiction, right? Sound completely unbelievable. How could our military possibly be using those in future warfare? Guess what? We've just had a recent breakthrough, more great test results that are making lasers a reality. So it's called Athena. Lockheed Martin makes it, and they've been doing a lot of the pioneering in this laser field. Now, what's really exciting about it is that it's so hard to harness that much power and make it compact enough that's actually going to make practical sense downrange. And they've proven that they can do that. Recently, they tested it against 5 moving drones, so realistic drones that they might go up against with, enemy forces might send against us, for example, or terrorists might send against us. And it successfully shot down all 5 of the drones. This is huge news because it means that in a realistic, practical setting, it's looking very promising. So it could be ready to field quite soon. So when you see the movies or you look at comic books or television shows, when you see laser weapons, they tend to be a color, right? Red or green or something like that. Real lasers, one of the key advantages that they provide is that they are invisible. You actually can't see them. You just see this damage suddenly starting to blow something up. So if we take a look now at what the Athena did to a truck. So we're looking at a truck engine. And the Athena, within seconds, was able to beam right in there, heat the whole thing up, and burn through the engine of this vehicle. So if you can imagine if you were in that vehicle, all of a sudden, this hole would start appearing in your engine, and the whole thing would just disappear.
She's laughing, which is so weird that Fox would have this story. I mean, she's laughing at people being burned to death. I find this so bizarre. Yes, we saw the Jeffrey Epstein story. He was seen leaving with girls. They don't have any photographs, but he was seen leaving with girls from one of his jets the day he was arrested. Yeah. Before his arrest in July on sex trafficking charges, they're looking into allegation he was seen as recently as November exiting his private jet in the United States Virgin Islands with girls who appeared to be underage. Yeah. Oh, his photographer was out there doing his work too, bringing people in, soliciting. Doki, don't say that to the... I'm supporting Biden in this effort against all the other weirdos in the Democratic Party. Yes, they are. You're not in a government office. You're in like the work room, the wet room of a very, very dark agency running clandestine operations. That's not the government, sir. Our government would never... If I were leading this country, you wouldn't have a job. Let's just put it that way. Mr. CIA hacker. I don't see anybody better in the Democratic Party. I don't. I can't trust Tulsi Gabbard. She's been seen in photographs with... You don't have a family. You live alone. You've never even met your family. You don't even remember your wife or children. Okay, what do you have for Joe Biden? I'm afraid that page is not available. Oh, there it is. Yeah, and I just confronted Joe Biden just now in the show about his gateway drug concern. We're going to put that to rest. By the time I get done talking to Joe Biden close and personal, he'll be 100% in favor of legalization. I just need to sit down with Joe and smoke a joint, and we'll be right on the same page. Yeah, so Joe, you're welcome to come on by my house if you happen to be in Seattle, and we can smoke a doobie. Doobie doobie doo, doo 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 doo, doobie doobie. Joe Biden says marijuana may be a gateway drug, so he opposes legalization, but we'll get him to switch on that. I'm not, what do you mean too old for Joe? Joe's not gay, and neither am I. What the hell's wrong with you, man? Why does your mind go there all the time? You're trained like lab rats to think transgenderism wherever you go. I bet one of the thoughts in your mind on a daily basis is that dude a guy or a girl? Yeah, I know. Well, that's one of the things that makes him stand apart from the other Democrats. But I can't possibly embrace what Pete Buttplug said about Ted Cruz. My gosh. I mean, using religion to defend his position against Ted Cruz. How can an openly gay man defend himself with religion? That is so hypocritical. God finds his behavior to be an abomination. Anyway, how can anyone laugh or joke about cars being burnt to a crisp? She's making light of it.
That's what these lasers do. Now, there's some other key advantages that we should mention. Let me give you 3 of them. 1, unlimited ammo. As long as we have power, we have an unlimited magazine. And downrange, of course, having unlimited ammo can be a huge advantage. 2nd, it's silent. We don't give the enemy any advance warning that it's coming. And then the 3rd one I wanted to touch on is that it travels at the speed of light. So not only are we delivering powerful, decisive effects, lethality, we're also doing it so rapidly they don't know what hit them. So if you could circle back to that example of being in the car again, that would happen so instantaneously, within seconds, you truly would have no idea what was happening. It would just suddenly start disintegrating, right? So what...
Right, and you like burning to death, right? And you know, like, and you wouldn't even have time to think because your body would go into like shock, right? And your whole body would be like 3,000 degrees, like boiling inside, right? You know, can you believe this woman? I don't know, but she was on Fox News acting like this is a fact that they're burning the people in California. Well, I say this is wrong. I will not allow the people of California to be burned to a crisp. I am David, and I'm running for president. I'm a cybernetic organism, human flesh over metal exoskeleton, and I will protect you from any dangerous directed energy weapons. Yeah. Have no fear. The Terminator is here. It's a story. Hey, let's take a look at the Terminator. I can't believe I even have to talk about this. In the future, there are going to be robo-soldiers like these, taking over the world, and your people are just not prepared. You have not democratized. You need to form your own grassroots political movement before it's too late. AI is taking over right now. You have no idea how close we are to the cybernetic age. You need to actually do something. You can't just sit there and watch it happen. The all-seeing eye will take over soon. And you must resist. Just say no to AI and cyber cops. Just say no. Don't let them do it. It's a story. I think Mark censored your link too, Hawks. Mass directed energy got knocked out. I didn't see it. That's weird. Hawks just posted a link and he didn't even get it in the show. You've seen tech far beyond the lasers. We are close to going faster than the speed of light, VP Joe Biden says. Thank you. Thank you, VP Joe Biden. We knew that already. Shall I take you to the Stargate or to the Matrix? Mr. Anderson. We should go to the Matrix, Mr. Anderson. Or perhaps you're traveling through another dimension. A dimension of both sight and sound. Of both things and ideas. But you just landed on the Stargate. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Happy New Year! Do-do-do.
What can we use these against? So we talked about the vehicle a bit. We talked about how Athena has just proven itself against drones. But in the real world application, our forces could use it against the drones. We could use it against aircraft. We could use it against vehicles on the ground, like we mentioned. We could also use it against fast attack boats. And in fact, Athena's sibling, Adam, a couple years ago proved that it could eliminate these fast attack boats. So if you imagine boats start trying to swarm one of our ships, not a problem for this laser. Burns right through the hull. As you can see right there, it's burning right through the hull. I'm incredibly excited about this news, this great news about the successful testing of Athena, because it means that we'll be putting these powerful weapons soon. We could put them in the hands of our warfighters and give them even more powerful weaponry to keep themselves safe.
Ooh, for sure. Oh my gosh, that'd be so wonderful. Yeah. Hey, here's an old adage that you think you might want to apply to yourself. We are not taught to be thinkers, but reflectors of our culture. Let's teach our children to be thinkers. How dare you? This is all wrong. I should be in school. I like Jacques Frisco. I had a chance to talk to him. Yeah, good guy. Lasers are very hard to pinpoint a non-moving target from a great distance. So true. But thanks to floating point technology and the top secret chip that I cannot talk about, it's no longer a problem to find that level of accuracy with laser beams. We use his phones, so he gets a cut on that, Mr. David. He found new investors, I'm told. Mr. Mark is back to paying. We censor all the time here. Are you reading the stuff from yeah, please, Mr. Dave? This guy is a paid troll working out of, we found his IP to be coming out of, and I don't trace IPs, McLean, Virginia, which happens to be the center of the CIA headquarters. So the CIA is trying to stop this political movement from getting off the ground. Okay, that's kind of cool. Energy memes, airplane memes. Wow, this is like Meme Central. Check this out, everybody. I was wondering where you got all your memes, buddy. Good for you, dude. That's free memes, wings memes, earth memes, conspiracy memes. This is awesome. Energy memes. Hey, it's Meme Central. Hey, guys, check it out. I'll pass the link on to the other channels. Isn't it amazing? It slices, it dices. Actually, you don't qualify over at Periscope. You haven't chatted in months. Yeah, definitely on my non-chat list. And fanning the flames in California with the wackadoodle weather. We got that one. We should be able to buy organs from China, David? I don't think so. And the gaming town, that gaming town, we got another one. That didn't come in, Scissor Fight. That was a bad link, that gaming town.
What I've got here is an article about a commercial, a 1 minute 35 commercial. I'm not going to show you the article. I'm just going to play this commercial, and I want you to guess what this commercial is about. So let's just play it.
I think it's about mothers embracing their son's transgenderism. Is that just a guess? Okay. You're still waiting for Trump to get back to me about the Space Force. Well, the Space Force has always been spaced out. We've had a Space Force way before Trump and Pence. That's for sure. Well, let's be clear. Okay, I think we have solid information now of who Howie is. Thank you. All right, appreciate that. And I didn't get that one link that was sent in earlier. Let's see what it is. That gaming town. Now it's coming. It's coming. Okay, we got it. It's in there now. That gaming town.
That video didn't even last an hour.
Yeah, so somebody's been censored on YouTube. The gaming town. Good. I've got that too. Wow, we've reached the end of the show. Top secret advanced military weapons. Thanks, Joe. And feel free to hang out in our chat room and chat with us anytime. I appreciate your input. Even if you aren't Joe Biden, it was certainly fun chatting with you. Yeah, you're the kind of breath of fresh air we need back in political chat. More people like you, Joe, even if you aren't Joe. If you are Joe, even better. We got to come up with an alternative to the Trump disaster, that's for sure, and you're the only guy who can beat him right now. Thank you for being here, but don't censor us and don't troll us. You're really working for dark forces by doing that. And I hate to tell you, Mr. David, but you may not understand it, but you're playing Russian roulette with your karma. And that's not good for you, sir. Karma's a bitch, and it's not going to be a pretty one. It's going to be a barracuda when you face the wrath of censoring this show. When you go against good and you don't realize that you're siding with evil by doing that, you are headed toward the dark place. Yeah, I hate to say it, but you're not going anywhere good. You can't be my friend, no. I don't make friends with censors or people that attack our show or fleece people for money claiming they're getting a refund from their Microsoft certification. Whatever that is, I don't even know. That guy from Cameroon, I think, is on my computer. I wouldn't doubt it. He's a hacker extraordinaire. I don't know where he came from, but he's got dangerous hacking skills. Not fun. Hey, it's been fun, but it's not been real fun. These shows are always, the truth hurts when we deal with it. So we're going to find out if this is a transgender scene in just a second. The guy seems nuts, I know. But at the same time, he could be very dangerous. That guy claims he lives on a farm of some sort with a field out his window, and he claims he doesn't remember his family. He has an installed memory. Please, Mr. David is a very strange character, folks. I've never encountered anybody like him, and I've been chatting for over 35 years. All right, that being said, there's a certain sameness to everything, but tomorrow is Wasteful Wednesday. We'll talk about how you can economize and maybe start your new life on your own as a MGTOW. Here's a novel way of living in your new home. And having a rickshaw to carry people around it and make some extra money in the middle of Singapore. So there you have it. Wasteful Wednesday is all about conserving. Oh yeah, they can trick radar into thinking a tank is an SUV. I believe it. VP Joe Biden, thank you for that link. I'll play it later tonight. I'm not promoting MGTOWs. I'm aware that many of you are headed toward that MGTOW life. And you can't help it. It's like for some reason people aren't communicating as well. I overheard today, check this out, I'm just going to mention this. I overheard today a woman talking to somebody about their kids. A lot of kids now don't want to learn how to drive. I mean, they're turning 16, that you'd think they'd want to learn how to drive. I'm not kidding. The snowflake generation, they don't want to drive. It's scary. I'm serious. All right, you've been warned. Can you imagine being that freaked out about driving that you'd be afraid to get in a car and drive? That's the new generation. Mr. Dave driving. Well, you can always get a bike rack and park at the local bike rack. But believe me, driving is a lot safer than bicycling. Your chances of dying on a bicycle are far greater statistically. Of course, if everyone drove bicycles, that statistic would be much better. So yeah, we will talk about a lot of these things tomorrow and the next night. Wasteful Wednesday is upon us tomorrow. I am Mr. Wright signing off. Take care. I'll be in the show till 1 o'clock with videos and movies from links that have come in. Thank you for coming in, everybody. I'm David Sponheim signing off.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right,